another one. How you guys doing? How y'all feeling out there? We have a sad case tonight, and everybody in around the world has been talking about this video, and I apologize for being 7 minutes late. Okay, I was 7 minutes late. I see y'all in the comments talking about me. I am here. I'm here, and I'm sorry I was 7 minutes late. I will try to do my best next time. Now, the lady that you see on the screen with the braids, her name is Miss Hood, okay? And Miss Hood decided to go to a restaurant, a takeout restaurant in Chicago. And before I start, can you make sure you guys can hear me well? Press 1 if you guys can hear me well. You know, okay, and I also would like to put up this phone number so you guys can feel free to call in, because we're definitely going to take a lot of phone calls on this live. But I'm just going to tell you what was going on before we start. So this happened in Chicago. This is a mom that you guys see on the side, and she's in prison right now, jail prison. And she went to a restaurant to get some takeout food, you know, and she went with her son. Her son, they say, is 14 because they were hungry. So she got in there and out, you know, getting some food. And it was a man named Jeremy. Now, look at the top. You see that man with the braids? Matter of fact, let me make this smaller. And let me move this right here so you can see him. You see Jeremy? You see him at the end? Y'all see Jeremy? So that's Jeremy. So Jeremy was in there, and they don't know each other. From Adam and Eve, they don't know each other, allegedly. And they start arguing. Now, I don't know who started what, but they start arguing. Jeremy was getting buck with this lady. She was talking calm. On the video, that's all we know. She seemed like she was calm, and she just wanted to make something clear. And Jeremy kept on saying, "Be quiet, be quiet, he was saying, shut up and get your food, shut up and get your food. If you say one thing, I'm going you out. If you say one more thing, I'm going you out." Now, mind you, black men around, black women around, you got the cooks around, and they just sitting around laughing, girl. Laughing while she's getting cussed out, while she's getting humiliated and embarrassed. They just sitting around laughing. They said it was this black girl especially that was laughing. So, next thing we know, her son, I guess, comes and peek into the restaurant, seeing what's going on. And she was continuing to explain what she was explaining, okay? And next thing we know, Jeremy begins to, hit her 3 times, they say, in the head. And these were some heavy blows, okay? And everybody just looking around. They said that her son took out his pow and popped Jeremy, okay? In the back. Jeremy Brown, the dude with the dreads at the end, they say he proceeded to leave the restaurant, okay? He was leaving the restaurant while he got popped in the back, girl. Blood, everything, he leaving. So they say the mom then tells her son, "Get him! Follow him! Get him! In him!" So the son go out and follow this man that's already been popped in the back, and he finished him off. Then they say the mom didn't stop there. The mom said, "Son, it was a woman up in this restaurant laughing at me while this nigga was hitting on me. She was laughing. No, you need to pop her too. No, we getting up in there. We need to pop her too." But the son didn't feel comfortable popping that woman. Okay? He didn't feel comfortable. So they say the mom proceeds to take the pow pow away from the son. She said, F it, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm going to show you what to laugh about. But they said the son would not allow it. He pushed his mom off like enough is enough. So they said that they left in the car and they, turned themselves in. And now they are both in jail, I believe. The son is in, juvenile, and she's up in, jail. So I know her family is trying to raise some money because they want to fight this. However, the police says, it's going to be a tough road to fight, considering she was telling her son to follow that man and finish him off. And also she was trying to get her son to take out another woman. Okay. So they say we don't know. Okay. A lot of people have seen the video, and just the hard blow that man did to her and how he was talking to her was so evil. So a lot of people feel a lot of way about this case. That's why we bring it here to talk to you guys about it. So his family is speaking out as well. And I will show you guys what his family is saying. Let me move this up real quick. And I haven't got a chance to look in the comment section yet, but I'm going to very soon so I can read what you guys are saying down there. Now where is it at? Okay, so I think this is it right here. Let me move this window. And it says right or wrong. Now this is Jeremy's family. The one that is gone. He's gone out of here. They say right or wrong, I'm riding. You didn't deserve this baby. He was loved. He got kids. He got a mother that loves him, family that love him, friends that love. He was a person. They both probably was in the wrong. That didn't give you the right to take his life. All right. So it definitely looks like both sides are fighting this. His side of the family is fighting this, and also her side of the family is fighting this. And I want to know, where are you guys at in all this situation? Now, I do have a small clip it, Now, I took out a lot of the stuff, but it's a small clip it. It doesn't show him actually, touching her. But do you guys want me to play this small clip it, or you just think just a little bit is just too much? Comment, let us know. Press 1 if you think I should play just a little bit of the clip it, okay? Press 5 if you feel like it's just too much. It's just too much. It's too much. So now I'm going to look in the comment section. Feel free to call in. The number is 515-605-9737. I'm looking in the comment section, and can we get the likes up? Often I don't talk about serious topics like this, so we would really appreciate you guys if you support this type of video. Do it by liking this video, sharing this video, so we can do more, okay, of this type of topic. So I'm going to play here, okay? Check this out.
Get your food! If you say one more thing, oh my grandma, say one more. What? Get your food! If you say one more thing.
All right, so that is him, and I did a little clip it. I didn't want to be offensive to anyone, and I wanted to be sensitive, and I think I did a good job. What do you guys think? The little clip that I showed, did you think I did a good job with not being insensitive and not showing too much? Press 0 if you think that was a nice clip. It showed you a little bit of his rage, but it didn't show too much, So I'm going to play a little bit again.
Oh my grandma, say one. What? Get your food! If you say one more thing.
So right there, when it's paused out, he said, if you say one more thing, I'm going to take you out. He said, get your food. And, this is interesting because he don't even realize, ain't this is Jeremy? This was the last moments of your life. This was the last moments of Jeremy's life. And why didn't his family members tell him to stop hitting on women? Why? I know this is not the first woman he hit. Do y'all think this is the first woman he hit? Why didn't his people tell him stop hitting on women? If Jeremy did not hit on no women, he would still be alive today. He would still be alive today. This is Jeremy's last moments on planet Earth. He would never be on planet Earth anymore. And all because he could not control his emotions. He could not control his temper. And he just lashing out. You know, therapy would have saved Jeremy. It really would. I'm looking in the comment section. It says he might do worse at home. If they have stopped at the first shot, they would have grounds to fight on. But when they went after him, that became, yeah. No, he wasn't raised that way. Oh, okay, Nicole. Well, it does look like Jeremy family is in the chat room. So Jeremy family, can you guys please call in? Because the looks of this video, it seemed like he has a habit of hitting women. I can't see him reacting this way to a woman, especially a woman that is no threat to him. She's not bucking at him. She's not yelling at him. But yet he's doing the most. You know? All right, so I'm going to take some phone calls. Are you guys ready for the phone calls? Press 3 if y'all ready for us to answer some phone calls about this thing right here. All right, so we're going to answer some phone calls. The phone lines are right there. And when you guys call in, just be aware that we are on a public platform. So please be sensitive with the words that you use. Okay, you know how I am. So let's be sensitive with the words that you guys use. Can we do that? Yes, let's do that. All right. So without further ado, I'm gonna pick up some phone calls. All right. So calling from 401, you're live on the air. 401. Hello, 401. Hello, 803.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, I don't know what happened to 401.
Hey.
I said, hey, 401, and I guess they were holding on, and now they hung up. 401 or 470, if you're out there, feel free to call back. So, hey, how's it going, 803?
It's going good. I saw this video and it was very, very disturbing. That man punched that woman 3 times. And then the 4th time that he was about to hit her, the son shot him. I feel he deserved that. That's no way to do a woman, period. That man could have controlled his emotions, and that's crazy that he allowed his emotions to get the best of him, and now he's in the grave. Well, about to go into the grave.
Mm-hmm. What do you thought when you saw the video and all those people were around?
That's another thing that disturbed me. I saw that there was a lot of men in there. Somebody could have de-escalated the issue. Probably told the young man to, step out the door. Or somebody could have just intervened somehow, some way. But the fact that everybody just stood around and did nothing, I mean, it speaks volumes to the how we are as a Black community. How nobody really holds anybody to task anymore. Very disturbing.
Yeah, especially when we talk all this about Black people need to look out for Black people. But when we see videos like this in our own community with real black people that's not scripted, and we see how alone that we are in the world. I mean, that lady, she was alone
Yeah.
in that restaurant, even though she had black people
Yeah.
around, but she was alone. And her enemy was a black
Yeah.
man. Her enemy was the black man.
Exactly.
So all this rhetoric that, oh, we black people, let's bump other races because we need to look out for our own, but we're not doing the groundwork in our communities to really look out for our own. So it comes
Exactly.
across as bullcrap. No wonder why people is not really
Exactly.
sticking up for black people, because it's a damn joke. We only say it on social media when
Yep.
it comes to certain artists and stuff, but it doesn't mean shit to us in our everyday in our own community. So until it start meaning something to the grounds on our community, where I go in and day out, I live my life. I don't live life on social media. I can give a damn what they do on here,
Right.
okay? Because this is not real life to a lot of people that be outside, that have a real life. So it's
Yeah.
interesting how
Definitely.
the rhetoric and the propagandas are so different on social media versus real life. Anything else
Right.
that you have to say about this?
No, that was all. I enjoy your show, all your shows. You are hilarious,
Aw,
and
thank
keep doing
you.
what you do.
I appreciate you, and I'm glad you
Uh,
called in. All right, so we are taking phone calls about this. Please call in, let us know how you guys feel about this. Calling from 214. You're live on the air, 214.
your show, all your shows. You are
214, can you hear me? 214, if you can turn the radio off, that'd be great. 214. Okay, 214. We gonna let you get your stuff together. Okay, so when you guys call in, can you just turn the radio off so when I call your number, you can hear me and we don't have to wait on you, because you know my audience don't like to wait. I can come in a few minutes late and they're on me, okay? So I would love for you guys to call in. Right now, we don't have any callers. So right now, I'm just going to talk and I'm going to look in the comments section and I'm going to react to you guys' comments. People in the comments says, ain't nobody's son going to watch their mom get popped down. Okay, so from the point of view of the son, did the son do right? Comment, let us know. Press 1 if you feel like the son did right. Even though he's a child and he's only 14, did he do right? Okay, then I'll say press 1 if you feel like he did right. Press 5 if you feel like, he should have never been in that situation. Some people felt that, I don't know, could the mom prevented him from getting involved? I don't know. Could the mom have prevented him from getting involved? And that's an interesting point of view. Some people felt like she should have did more to get her son involved in that situation. Press 8 if you feel like the mom should have did more not to get her son involved in that situation. Press 10 if you feel like the mom did right to get her son involved in that situation. Let us know how you guys feel about it. I think this case is so hitting his mom. That's self-defense, Pop, self-defense, get off my mom. But now, after the man is no longer a threat and he's running out the restaurant, it should have ended there. Do you guys feel like it should have ended there? Once the son popped him and the man was no longer a threat and he ran out the restaurant, should it have ended there? Press 15. If you feel like it should have ended there, press 20. If you feel like, no, the mom was right. The mom was right telling the son to follow him outside the restaurant and to finish him. Okay? What do you guys feel about that? That mom, clearly she was upset. She was going through a lot of emotional situations, and to have another black lady laugh at her while she was getting damage done. You know, she wanted to take out another black woman up in that restaurant for laughing at her. But good sense, the son said, no, Mom, we're not doing that. All right, so we got another caller calling from 916. You're live on the air.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm glad I made it through. I love you.
Oh,
So
thank
it's
you.
good. So really quick, my take on it is, for one, you give out what you give. The energy, he shouldn't even touch the woman. You know, it's about self-control, and it's lessons on all parties involved. And then for the mom, I must speak on her behalf because a lot of people are going in on the mom and son. But you guys have to realize I've been in street altercations with people, and you got to realize in the heat of the moment, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? From the son's perspective, he was shocked. After that third punch to his mother, you have to realize on the video, he was shocked, and then he withdrew his weapon. And it is what it is. So that's my take on it.
And you know what? I think that everybody understands that from that point of view. I think where it gets run out the door. It becomes an issue when the mom tells the son to follow him and to finish him off, and the son does it.
Well, I don't know. Again, I didn't hear the audio. I seen some footage with, it's just no audio. It was witnesses. But then again, they could have been running out to see what he was running to the homies. I don't know. It's the heat of the moment, and I'm just team mom and team son because she was by herself in the corner. No one stood up for her, and then her son walked in or, happened to be there.
Yeah. They're saying the first hit did not kill that man. He became a killer when his mom put out the order. All right.
Oh, well, yeah. So, yeah, but I'm gonna stick beside him.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna let you go. So calling from 412. You're live on the air. 412.
Hello?
Hey, 412, talk to me. Can you turn that radio down, please?
Is that me?
Yeah, that's you. Can you turn the radio off?
I don't have a radio on. Sorry, I'll go somewhere quiet. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. I'm somewhere quiet now. So my take on it is she absolutely was not wrong. I don't know what the people in the comment sections are smoking on tonight, but absolutely not. Clearly, her son was the only one there protecting her. There was a black man. The place was full of black people, and her son was the only one there that could help her. I just don't think she was wrong at all. And I saw someone say in the comment section, the black man, something about the black man isn't your enemy. Stop spreading that. Hey, be quiet. The black man isn't. There was a black man standing right behind her, and he did absolutely nothing but look at the chaos. So, I don't know. Free them.
Right. Now,
Free them.
Do you agree with the mom telling the son to follow Jermey after he's been popped and he's no longer a threat and he's running out, to tell your child to follow him and to finish it off?
I think that was a bit much to tell a child to do. I do think that was a bit much to do. But at the same time, when you're in the heat of the moment, I think that she just wasn't thinking and told him to do a little too much on that. But at the same time, hey, Jermey played stupid games and he won a stupid prize. That's how I feel. Keep your hands to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your hands to yourself. You're a man. What are you hauling off and knocking a Sonic nickels or rings out of her for? What are you doing this for? what is wrong with you? That's how I feel. What is wrong with him? Well, you know,
You want me to answer
what's
that
happened?
to try my best to answer it or something, or you just hypothetically?
Yeah, you can answer it if you like.
I don't know what's wrong with them, but I think when it comes to men like that, they see women as less than, and it's like, shut up. He kept saying her, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. So in his mind, it's like she asked for it. You're asking for a beat down, ho. I told you to shut up. I warned you. I said if you say something else one more time, I'm going. I said it. It's that
You're
thing.
right.
And it's in our society. It's in our community. He ain't the only one. It's this whole thing where you pull up. It's on site. Come on, let's go. Oh, you said that? Oh, okay, well, let's come on. I told you to shut up. Oh, you still gonna do it? Then it's all that. It's no love. It's no compassion. It's no understanding. It's no proper communication.
You're absolutely right. I totally agree with everything you said, Gigi. Absolutely. And he wasn't taught self-control. Like, he was just completely out of control, out of order, out of place.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he's enjoying his grandma.
Mm-hmm. And
I sure
think
do. I hope
a
he's
lot of
enjoying her.
sometimes it does have a touch of mental illness too.
That could be it. That could be it. And then did you heard the girlfriend in the background like, he told you. He told you.
Yeah, but that's the
Well,
community. That is how
that
the
is.
community operates. That is the community. That is so the
You're
community.
right.
That is such hood shit. That is such nigga shit.
You are so right. And it is so pathetic. The whole damn thing is pathetic. I wish it never happened. That little boy really, honestly, I wish he'd have just stayed in the damn car. Sorry, didn't mean to cuss. I just wish he would have stayed in the car. You know, he really didn't need to be in the middle of that. But I mean, at the end of the day, who else was going to protect that woman? He was beating her butt.
Yeah.
He was really. I mean, it was horrific to see. It really was, and to see the black men standing around just watching it further solidifies that we truly are unprotected in this world. No matter where you go, you could be surrounded by black people, and you still gonna get messed up, and ain't nobody gonna help you.
And let's not
So,
forget.
black women, you need to get your pop out.
Yeah. And let's not forget.
Go ahead.
They said it was a black woman that was laughing at her.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah.
why she
And
wanted her son to finish her too. She told her son to go in there and finish that hoe that was laughing at me.
You see, now that was a bit much, you know. Now, I'm happy that at least her son had the wherewithal to not do that and wrestle the gun away from her and, you know, pretty much stop the situation right where it was. Because I think had that happened, then they could really press forward with murder charges. But something tells me
Well, they
these
already
two are
doing
going to
it.
get off. I mean,
They already doing it because when he went out and he was no longer a threat, and you hit him in the back again, he's no longer a threat and he's running out.
okay.
So, and that
See, and
order
I
was
don't
by
agree
the
with that.
mom.
I don't agree with that. I feel like, you know, once the guy started it, it was within her right to totally finish it, even though it was her son. I don't agree with her really telling her son to do it. I would have felt a lot better about it had she done it because she was the one being attacked. But, hey, it is what it is, and
Yeah, but
what happened, happened.
in the
And
law, it's excessive if you do that. When somebody is leaving, you can't
yeah,
do it's excessive.
okay.
All right.
Well, I will say freedom, and we smoking on Jeremy tonight.
All
We
right.
smoking on Jeremy. That's all I got to say.
Okay. All right. We're going to let you go. Feel
All
free
right.
to call in. We have some callers up here. We need more. Calling from 214. You're live on the air. 214.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Gigi. Hi. This case is really sad. I've thought about this over and over and over, what I could have done, or if I was in her shoes. Number one, he would have just scared the hell out of me, just screaming at me like that. I think I would have probably left, called the police. Everybody is Chicago. Women tend to be a little tougher, you know. I don't agree with her texting the son to come in with the gun. Instead of texting, she should have been calling the police, or even the people that work in the place should have called.
I agree. And they should have de-escalated and say, hello, hold on, excuse me, there's no yelling in here.
Yeah.
Sir, you have to get out of here. You're the one that's yelling. No, we're not going to have that. You have to leave. But the
Yes,
place that
no
they were
one.
in, it seemed very hood. Like, it's so hood. Like, they
Right,
used to this
right.
type of foolishness, this type
They
of
are.
carrying on. It happens often. They just didn't think it would go this far. But all that yelling and
Far.
talking shit to each other, it seems like it happened very often. They are numb to this type of rhetoric. They are insensitive to this type of dramatic scene at these restaurants in the hood, because the cook in the back, they ain't even flinching. And
He
I'm like
didn't
you,
stop.
I'm scary as hell. Child, first of all, I
Me
ain't
too.
going to the restaurant in the hood, okay? Second of
Not at
all,
that time of night.
I'm going to be looking at the grade. I know they don't got the good grade. You know what I'm saying? What number you is.
Yes.
Third of all, when
Yeah.
I seen his ass up in there, the hoodlums and the hood rats, baby, I don't got time for them.
Oh no.
I'm turning around.
I would have. I
And
would have been
then
too scared.
a man arguing with me, I'm shutting the fuck up, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Girl,
Yeah.
I ain't getting no damn food from here. I'm leaving. I'm gone.
I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm just gonna be humble.
But knowing in her mind, mhm, she knew that she had that gun.
If I did
Um,
have, I'm sorry, cut you off. If I did have
I
a pow
still would
pow,
leave.
I still want to leave because I don't want to kill nobody. I don't want it to
Me
escalate.
either.
And if I could back down to save a
Mhm.
life, if I can back down to save a horrible scenario, I will. It's not worth it. I'm okay with
Yes.
taking L's.
No.
I'm okay with, I can just suck it up. At least I have peace. I prefer choosing peace of mind over me needing to show y'all my ego versus me needing to flex on a hoe. Bitch, y'all can talk about me. Y'all can degrade me. I'm okay. I choose peace. I choose not to go back and forth and engage with that type of foolery. And it's
Mhm.
all right. But go ahead.
It escalated so fast. I knew the way he was acting. I knew he would hit her, but she had an opportunity to just walk out and say, "Hey, they're crazy this time of night. I am gone." But her son is involved now because of a bad decision she made. I feel like if he was high on some kind of drug or whatever it may be, if he was or if he wasn't, just a man yelling and that uncontrollable, I would have left. I wouldn't want my kids around that. I wouldn't want to be around that. He would have scared the hell out of me, and I'm gone. Calling the police saying there's a crazy man at blah blah blah. You might need to check it out. I'm scared. He just ran me off. Then the man would have been saved. Her son would be okay, and she would be okay. But at that time of night, I mean, I just don't know. It's horrible. But when I saw how he kind of went way back and hit that lady, I said my whole neck would have been broke. He hit her pretty hard.
Yeah,
But
like this is
I don't
common
think
what he does. Like he was Debo on Friday.
yes, it feels like he's okay. Yes. I don't feel to kill him was justifiable. I feel like one shot should have been enough to just say, hey, they got something in there. And someone would have called the police, but to go outside and do that and then it just turns into like a murder scene to me, because now you're saying shoot the girl that was laughing. But if you see, there was one black man standing behind her. He turned and walked out. He did not get involved. You
And
know,
I know
it
a lot of,
really went.
sorry to interrupt you, but I know we get
Mhm.
on black people for, black people got on him. He should have got involved. He should have said something. But then on the flip side, do you blame him?
No, I don't.
I
I
don't
don't.
blame his ass either.
I
I'm
can't blame
sorry.
him because he would have. You don't know what he had on him either. No, I don't blame him
Okay,
because
and
it's really
that
bad.
was an old man. And man?
Yes, yes.
That nigga
He
said,
had
"Let
enough
me get
sense
out
to
the
leave.
way." He ran out.
Yes,
Mm-mm.
yes. But thank you for allowing me to call in. I really enjoy your show. And like I said, prayers for both family members. It's just that this kid being 14, now he's going to have to live the rest of his life with this scene, knowing, it's going to follow him. Even if he's not the one to go to prison or whatever may happen, he still will one day have to face the consequences of murdering someone. And
How
I
long?
can't imagine.
Yeah, and he didn't even want to do the other pop. He did
Yes.
it because his mom told him to. But how long
Told
is
him,
he gonna
yes.
get?
Now, that I don't know because, things can go either way. I know he done it. He's a juvenile. He's underage. They could possibly charge her because right now they're saying for like delinquency of a minor, like contributing to a minor, causing him to act in such a way, she may get in trouble. But it's just a mess either way it goes. I would
And
not want to deal with it.
yeah, and will she get charged because that was her gun and he had possession
It
of
was.
it?
Yes, because she was licensed to carry,
Yeah, but how is your child
but
having
he should
possession
not.
of it?
Yes,
A child should
he's
not
probably
have
going to be
possession
charged
of
with
that.
that too.
Huh?
He shouldn't have had possession of it. I agree.
So I'm
He
saying, would they
shouldn't.
charge her
And
with that as well? Because that's against the law?
I don't
Or
know. Possibly they're going to find all kinds. I feel like they're going to
or
come up with something. All kinds of stuff.
can kids play with the pow pow? Because I see pictures and I do see little kids with the pow pow. So I'm uneducated when it comes to that.
So am I. But still, someone's murdered now, and if you shot that man in the back, I mean, to me, if he's going out, sometimes I know like instinct is to run. So it probably wasn't so much that he was running to the car to go. It could possibly have been he was just, running just to run because from what I understand, it's really hot and your body gets hot and you take off. So, and then with them thinking he's probably going to get something will cause them to shoot again. So it's just really bad.
But they're gonna say it doesn't matter what you think. The fact that he's
Right.
running away and he's no more of a threat.
He's no more of a threat. I agree.
So we can't
I agree.
all.
The one
Well,
shot.
I thought you was gonna do
Yes.
this. So I'm gonna take you out. That's not justifiable.
Hmm. He witnessed his mom being beat. I asked my son. He knows about this, and I know he was like, "Well, Mom, I'm gonna tell you this. I would have done the same thing. I am not gonna let anyone put their hands on you and beating you. I would have defended you." And I was like, but I think the one shot would have been enough. He said, "Yeah, it would have been enough, but if it wasn't gonna get him off you, it would have been another shot."
Right.
So
but
guys are protectors.
at that point, the mom was not instructing him. So
Right, right.
what went wrong is when she instructed to finish him off.
Yes, that was horrible. That's when it got really bad. That's when it was bad. That's when, and then to do something to the girlfriend. Now to me, you just changed into a murderous mind.
So that
I
was
mean,
his
you just now
girlfriend
you
in
want to
there?
get this person.
That was his girlfriend or a
Yes,
friend?
that was his girlfriend.
Okay, I didn't know that. That was his
From what they're
girlfriend.
saying, it was the girlfriend egging him on and laughing and all of that in the back. Yeah.
So did the argument start with
um,
her and the girlfriend, and he got involved?
no, from what I understand, she was standing about to place her order, and she was taking too long. And he was like, go ahead and place your order. It was almost like, from what I understand, it was like it was taking so long.
He was
I could
rushing
be wrong.
her.
I'm
He
not
was
real
rushing
sure.
her.
He was kind of like he was ready to eat, and then she engaged. I think if she wouldn't have engaged, it probably wouldn't have went this far. But she turned around and she's engaging with him, and it
I
went
would have
from
said, "Oh, you
0
can go
to
ahead.
100.
You can
Just
go
that
ahead
quick.
first. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead."
you can go ahead. I'm sorry. I would have. Oh no, I'm sorry. You can go ahead. I don't have anything else to say. I'm sorry, because I just would have been scared. I wouldn't have ordered. I would have been out the door and down
Girl,
the
we the
street
same
and may
way.
have called 911. Someone's crazy in that place.
I wouldn't even
Ran me
call
off. I think
911. I just would have left.
I would have been going so fast, and I don't know if I would have ever came back. So I am just a scary cat, and I could not.
No,
I could
you
not
got good
take that.
common sense.
But
You want to live long.
yes, I'm not doing it. Yeah. But thank you for allowing me to come in.
Oh, I
Call
thank you,
in.
and I enjoyed you. And you know what else I do when it comes to restaurants? There's only a few restaurants I will go to late at night, and that's if I'm desperate. But normally, I don't like going to restaurants late at night. I prefer going in the morning or early afternoon. I feel the customer service is better. It's better clientele. You don't have to deal with the hood rats and shit because they like to come late night. And I think
Oh yeah,
the
I
food is
agree.
much better and fresher. They got better cooks, better service people, and the clientele is different in the daytime
Yes, I agree.
from my
I
experience.
agree.
So I avoid night. But
I try to.
I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna let you go.
All right.
All right, feel free, guys. We need you guys to call in. This is your community. You should care. You should have a voice, and we giving y'all this a voice. Come on, just call. Calling from 770. You're live from the air. 770.
Hey, Gigi, how are you?
I'm all right. Talk to me.
All
How you
right.
feel?
So, I'm all right. So, this is my take on this because I looked at the video a few times just to see what went wrong, just like everybody else. But from what I saw, I hear a mother possibly have called her son in because she felt threatened by this person, knowing that she had what she had in the car to come and protect her. He did tell her son, just go back to the car. And the dude thought he was talking to him. And he got even more riled up, like, who you talking to? You can't be telling me what to do. And that you better shut up, or I'm going to hit you in your face. And she continued to talk, but she wasn't yelling. She wasn't even animated. She just, and I'm sure she used to being in Chicago is even the reason she even had protection. And her son refused to leave her after she told him to go get in the car. You can sit there and hear her say, just go back to the car. And because he didn't leave, he's watching his mom and this man that, he's feeling threatened by. And if you notice, as the boy hit her the second or third time is when the old man runs out the door and the little boy does too. He is turning backwards, running. He's not even looking at where he's aiming, if you pay attention. And the mama like, no, no, no. Like, as if she's telling the son, like, no, you might hit me too. And so for whatever happened, you see this little boy running out the door as he's, trying to protect his mom. So I don't think that he really ran behind this man. I think he was already out there and the man running out the door. And maybe his mama did run out the door and say, yeah, get him. But he's already feeling threatened, like he's coming to get me because I've just, protected my mom. So I don't think that, and maybe we will find out once the video surveillance and everything really come out, if they even let it out because it is a minor. I don't see other than a 14-year-old boy trying to protect his mom. And I don't see nobody just standing there not doing that. And knowing that they're in the streets of Chicago, he didn't know what that boy had. He already beat my mama up. What you think I'm gonna do? So I feel like, you know, if he did run him down afterwards, then yeah, it's not justifiable. But I don't think that is what was happening. And I think this boy was still scared and not knowing if this man about to run to his car to do whatever or running towards him for whatever. And he didn't want to. It wasn't the mama, from what my understanding. It was the people in the crowd saying you should get her too because she was laughing and she's a witness. So and the mama, I don't know whoever tried to take the gun from him. Oh, excuse me, the protection from him, and you know he refused to give it up because at this point, I mean, this little boy was just a killer. He would have just, whatever. He just would have been out there just for everybody, but he didn't do that. So I think it's a horrible situation. Unfortunately, this guy had learned the hard. You know, it's senseless, and it was avoidable. Had either one of them just walked away, but you know, we have, as you know, people, we have our pride, and we don't know how to just let stuff be. And unfortunately, you know, us as women, we do have to stand up for ourselves. We can't just let these men run all over us. And that little boy refused to let that man beat his mama to a pulp, because had he not reacted, I'm sure he would have continued to stomp her and beat her till she was probably unconscious or not here anymore. So, unfortunately, it was a situation that's either you or me. It's just the little boy was in a situation with his mom. So that's what I have to say about it. I'm going to pray for the family, you know, on both sides, because it's an unfortunate situation. And for his family to say he's not like that, you could have fucking fooled me. How is he not like that? And his response was instant. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, and we just have to pray for everybody involved. And them to have this lady on a $3 million bond is ridiculous. I don't know why they're trying to make a statistic out of her, or no, it's ridiculous. And we do need to rally together, whatever petitions we need to sign for these people. If we're talking about standing together and, you know, fight for the people, we need to make sure that our voices are heard, that these people were afraid for their life. If the police can say it, they can say it too. And that's all I got to say about that. So I'm going to go back and listen to the rest of the show.
Okay, now 770. Now, two things that
Yes,
I
ma'am.
guess I want to get clear, and I have questions about as well. How did the 14-year-old know to bring in the gun?
The mama texted him. From my understanding, the mama texted him once the commotion started to come in with it.
Okay, so the mom,
in my mind,
before it started, let me just I like to reiterate, before she feels the tension, she feels like, oh, this nigga about to muck when he buck. Son, come on in and bring the pow. It's some shit about to go down.
Right.
So
right.
son knew where the pow was at. I guess they practiced and rehearsed when this situation come about. So he came in,
possibly.
And then once he got there, she changed up on him. No, go ahead. So then
I think
hold on. Then she changed up on him. Then he did what he did. Then she changed up again and say, nah, finish him. And now let's get the other one, because she was laughing at me.
I'm still not sure if the mama said that.
Well, according to the documents,
it's conflicting stories. They were saying that the crowd was amping them up to do it.
Well,
so
that's well, I would say this. According to the documents, that's what it says, and that's what witnesses say. Now, let's talk about the crowd. It's interesting that this crowd that was amping the 14, a child, to do this, didn't even have the courage to say something before. Where was the crowd at
Well,
before?
if they was, I mean, if they was sitting around watching it, they like stuff like that. You
Where
know,
was the
they didn't
crowd
want
at
to.
before?
They sat there. I mean,
Because
from the
looking at
people,
the
I'm not gonna say
video,
a crowd, the people that were out there, and from the video, we don't know who was outside. We just saw the people who were inside the store, so we don't know who and who crowded around after the commotion was ensued. So we don't know because they didn't show that part.
so
it's
the
still a lot of
boy
still
was
speculation that
taking
we don't
the
know.
boy was taking directions from strangers.
No, he didn't take directions from the strangers. That's why he didn't pow nobody else. That's the thing. They said, yes, they did say the mama was saying it, and then they were saying that other people who were witnesses were saying you should get her too because she was laughing and she was a witness in blase ski. So, but the little boy and whatever, I don't know, maybe the mama was still upset. She probably did try to get the gun to do whatever.
Yeah,
pow-pow to do
because they
whatever. We don't
also
know.
had that in the report. The mother tried to get the gun because she was going to finish the girlfriend off her damn self. But the 14-year-old
That's
boy
what
said no. So with that being said, that she was going to take that pow away from him and do it herself, she definitely wanted that girl to be gone. And for the record, they also said he got popped for the second time in his back. It's understandable if the Jeremy was coming towards the boy and he popped him in the front, but before you pop him in the back, they already going to see it a certain way.
They are, and then we don't know what he was running towards, whether he was scared that he was going to run to his car and get another pow himself and try to retaliate.
But you can't
and
pow somebody based on thoughts.
In Chicago. I understand that, but we're talking about a 14-year-old boy. So we even still, whatever happens, I don't think they should try him as an adult because I don't think he was thinking as an adult. I think he was thinking off of influence and fear. That's just no one is going to stand around and watch their mom do anything. I don't think that he brought the pow in there for him to use it. I think his mom
he was
to bring
directed
it in for
by
her
his mom.
to use it.
His mom orchestrated everything.
Yeah, and from just the pictures of the little boy outside of the situation, use it.
Well,
and
I'm sure his mom taught
my
him how to use it. You know, these kids
I'm sure
in the hood, they know how to do it, girl. These kids, they 12, 11 years old, stealing. These kids, 11, they are, girl, bye.
I understand. What I said, Gigi, he didn't look like that type of little boy.
Oh, I'm
know
not
if
talking
he
about
is or
him.
he's not.
I was just talking about the age.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about him.
In general, yeah.
The
I
age in general.
But yeah, again, I saw the little boy running out using the pow. It wasn't like he was aiming, like being, I got you. No, it was out of straight fear, and whatever happened off camera that we couldn't see, or unless they have the store camera that they're going to release, which I doubt because he is a minor, I don't know. I mean, you don't really know, and yeah, the reports can say whatever the hell they want to say. I don't believe the report until
Now I want to know this
a
too.
day.
The mom, did she stay there and call like the emergency because he beat her up so bad? They said she left. They took off.
They said they left.
So that it's like, why aren't you calling the cops? He's already dead. Wait till the cops come, go to the hospital because he hit you 3 times. Why are we running?
I'm going to say that, and I'm going to play
No, I'm
devil's
not telling
advocate
you
here
because you're not their lawyer.
I know,
but
I'm going to use the excuse for the mom, and I'm going to say she was scared, and her son was probably scared after reality sink in. Adrenaline is running, and all of a sudden adrenaline starts to come down, and all this stuff and the commotion that's going on. Let me get my son out of here so I can think. Let me get the hell out of here so I can just be, free for a moment to figure out what the hell I'm going to do because this is about to change my life. And if I have a split second to think about it, I probably would have drove off too, just to try to get my thoughts. But they
Well,
did.
it's
If
only
they were
one
gonna
thing
run,
that's
they
gonna
would have
happen.
never turned themselves in. They would have
Huh?
never turned themselves in if that was the case. But I think it was more of let me get out of the situation so I can get my affairs in order.
Well, if
And
they
maybe
didn't
she
turn
didn't think that
themselves
far in a
in,
split second.
they would be on a run.
Right. They turned themselves in, though. So that's
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying. I don't think that she ran to be gone, to be on the run. I think she ran for the moment out of, again, fear, scared, reality, what, oh, my God, shock, everything. You know, we really don't know until you're in that situation. And God forbid anybody to be. They chose to fight the first time, and then they chose to fly the next time. And that's just the way it is. And it's unfortunate that her son and her and the other man's life, which I'm not going to say that he deserved it, but he brought situations on himself because you don't put your hands on nobody. You don't threaten nobody because he very well could have unalived her just by beating her the way he did, by punching her the way he did. And I agree with the other lady. He drew back with force a few times. So he wanted to knock her out. You know, he wanted to be the big bad wolf, but unfortunately he got blew down.
All right. All right.
So,
Well. Okay.
I
Well.
don't know.
All right. Well, thank you, 770. We're going to let you go at this time. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, come on, let's get these likes up. We need the likes up. Like I said, if you guys want us to continue to talk about topics like this, we need to see your engagement with the likes. You know, we only have 300 likes, which is very sad. Considering this is a topic that's engaging in your community, what goes on in your community every single day. All right, so let's continue on. Calling from six. No, let me. Is KC up in here? I don't know. Calling from
Yeah.
702. Hey, KC. I said this. Now this is a topic
Hey,
for
what's going
KC.
on?
We're gonna have to keep you on here.
Well,
Talk. Go ahead, KC. Just take over. Go ahead.
well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not the lead attorney. This does not constitute legal advice. If someone wants a lawyer, if you want one of those, get one of those. So just looking at the different things online, I saw a different video than what the one you presented, and I'm going to say that it does look like it's murder and contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and her son should be charged with murder. So in that same city, Lil Yummy, not sure if you're familiar with him, just using him as an example, Robert Sandiford, also known as Lil Yummy, he was an 11-year-old and he was a menace to society. I know people right now who said that they knew Lil Yummy while he was around, and he was a terror. And he looked like a little boy in the face, but he was just like Freddy Krueger to the streets, and he was 11. And so the video that I saw on Facebook that showed the 14-year-old coming up in the hoodie and outside of the hot dog place, I'm going to say that basically Jermey Brown instigated a physical altercation when he punched her and was arguing with her and stuff.
Yeah, we're
But the
gonna hit
mother
her or something.
instructed.
If we can,
Right,
kind
and
of
so
water down certain words that like the N word and stuff,
okay,
that'd be great. But go ahead.
okay, what's the watered down for? I'll just say unalived. I'll
Okay.
say unalived. And so the mother, just because she had the ability to text her 14-year-old son something that prompted him to come inside or stand at the door, means that, yes, she was assaulted and it was battery, but she had the ability to call the police or walk away, and she chose not to. Just it's all alleged, just based off of what I've seen on the video and the reports. So she had the ability to walk away and call the police. She chose not to. And then when the son came to the door, her and the son could have left and called the police and let law enforcement do their job. They chose not to. And when the 14-year-old pow-powed Robert in the back, Robert was not a threat. The situation was over as far as the physical altercation and the argument. The pow-pow to the back was retaliation. And then when Robert started to stumble outside and the 14-year-old and the mother pursued him, and there was more pow-powing, and the mother instructed the 14-year-old to finish him. That's where it went from uh, the just it went from a second altercation to now it's trying to unalive him. And so when there was more pow-powing, and then the mother tried to take the pow-pow from the 14-year-old to go after the girlfriend who initially instigated Robert to be in the physical confrontation with I got her name. I don't know if you want me to put her name out there.
Yeah, I
But
think you can
Carlishia
say her
Hood.
name.
So like the girlfriend who instigated Robert to have the altercation with Carlishia Hood, when the mother tried to get the firearm from the pow pow from the 14-year-old to go after the girlfriend, that just further shows that they had no remorse for what they did to Robert. And then in the video that I see on Facebook that's on the news, they were only concerned with just getting away. And I believe they turned themselves in because their faces were uncovered and they saw that their image was on camera. So there's a lot of moving pieces that shows that just like someone like Lil Yummy, who was 11 in Chicago, and other people who are like 11, 10, 9, 8, 12, 13, 14, who are doing the same thing, products of their environment, and their mothers know what they are and even use their sons as tools to instill fear and harm to other people. They both are looking like they're guilty. Now, if I've heard there's a GoFundMe for Robert, I believe, and no, for Jermey. And if that's the case, okay, cool. If Carlishia Hood and her 14-year-old son, if they get money together and get a good lawyer, they probably would be able to maybe get a plea bargain. And if I was their lawyer, I'd tell them take it because but for the mother texting the son after the initial altercation was over with and didn't contact law enforcement, at that point, it's a separate incident, and that's the reason why they're both arrested for murder. And for unaliving someone. I'm messing you up, Gigi. I'm messing you up. They're both arrested for unaliving someone, and the mother is given the additional charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think that some people forget that he's a child, and child should never be in a position where they have to protect, other adults. And so it's a very touching situation. Of course, nobody blames him for protecting his mom. But unfortunately, the current situation of the reality is that his life is definitely affected by this, and maybe he don't regret it. Maybe he's like, I'm okay with taking all these years in prison, and I took him out of here. But did he really want to kill him? Because if he really wanted to kill him, then I would see where he would just pow, 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 pow. He could have did it, but he didn't. He only did one, and then he backed off. And he only did the second one. Okay, go ahead.
Well, the video, I can send you the link to it if you want to see it. But from the video that I've
seen it, but you tell me. You got different eyes. Go ahead.
Well, the video outside the hot dog stand, I mean, it just looks like he.
Oh, I didn't see that
okay
footage.
With what he did.
I didn't see that footage.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So it's the one outside the hot dog stand. I mean, they kind of just casually just get in their vehicle and drive off. So I'm willing to believe that
they wasn't
the 14-year-old
or nothing, or like, oh my God,
it wasn't.
Let's call 911.
It was like just another day in the hood.
Okay.
Just another day in the hood. If she wanted to call 911, she would have did that instead of texting her son.
So she never called 911?
From what I'm reading, no.
She didn't want to report, this man hit me, and I responded by taking him out.
she probably said that after she got arrested, which is why it's in the report. But
she didn't do it right there. So now it definitely looks
She
funny.
didn't do it right there.
Right.
Right.
She wanted to get away with it.
I think she wanted to get away. And I'm not putting down the city of Chicago, but that stuff happens a lot. As far as like in parks that are like considered ops, a lot of unaliving goes unsolved. As far as law enforcement, everybody knows who did it, and somebody will retaliate either through drill music or they'll retaliate in person when they see the person, you know, the phrase on site. But that's usually how a lot of hood politics get solved, is you do the drill music or not, and then when someone sees the person, it's like, I'm gonna get you on site. So, and it's just another day in the hood. And one thing I will say is, you know, Jermey Brown, he's not here to face what he did as far as accountability, but it's just the fact that what he did to the Carlishia, let me get her right name. Yeah, once he did what he did to Carlishia Hood, it was messed up. But people need to understand that once you take matters into your own hand and you don't want to use law enforcement that's available to you, then you roll in the dice. And I'm not a cop, I'm not a lawyer, but you once you take it into your own hands, you're rolling the dice. And if you're like, well, I don't want this person to get away with it, the cops never give anybody justice and this and that. If that's your mentality and you want to take things into your own hand, Godspeed. Whatever happens, happens. And a lot of people in that community believe in taking things into their own hands and drilling someone and unaliving someone. Like, no one's really just thinking, you know what, this just happened to me, I'm going to take the L and leave because this person is physically stronger than me. And I'm not trying to justify Carlishia Hood being
you're
struck.
just saying it's
a lot of black men have no problem putting their hands on black women to put black women and black boys into the situation that they're in, and that they have to react. And, you know, the 14-year-old, in my opinion, because the mother was able to just simply text him and he came in with the pow pow and he did a pow and the other guy's back, tells me that the 14-year-old was already conditioned before that point. I mean, just looking at him in the video, I'm not trying to judge based off of how he looks, but he doesn't look like he's scared. He looks like a soldier.
Okay,
and again,
so
that's
he
why I
wasn't
referenced
shaking or like, oh my God, what am I about to do? You know, because you know, most 14-year-olds don't even want to touch the gun, let alone firing a gun on somebody. You know, most 14-year-olds just you know,
Well, your normal 14-year-old, yes, but it's Chicago that are crime riddled. They have drill music. They have the gang life. They have a really toxic environment. You're introduced to violence before you can even ride a bike. You're introduced to violence before you're in kindergarten. And that's just the unfortunate aspect of it is.
Yeah.
And I could blame.
No wonder why a lot
liberal.
of these niggas ain't good in no relationships. Shit.
See, GG, there you go.
I'm sorry.
But you're telling the truth, though.
I'm
speaking
sorry.
facts. You speaking facts, though. You speaking facts. I'm gonna give you a roses on that. You speaking facts. And you're right, because a lot of men, they'll hear like a woman, let's say, raise her voice, and because they're raised in a feminine environment, they're just used to doing what a lot of women would do. However, women don't have the strength and aggression of a man, and a lot of these men, because they don't have the masculine energy, they don't have the structure, and they have a disdain for people who look like them, let alone the opposite gender. They tend to think it's okay to put their hands on someone, especially since there's not a lot of men in the community that will somewhat stop it while it's happening. So just like with the hot dog restaurant, people were sitting around, probably were laughing, roasting, cooking, joking, thinking it's funny. Even after the pow pow happened, they're like, "Oh, let me record this," and they're laughing about it because that's a part of the ghetto culture and that ghetto mindset. To them, this, hey, it's crazy that it happened, but it was entertainment for me, and I'm gonna laugh, I'm gonna record it, I'm gonna joke around about it, and even after somebody was unalive, it's like, dang, this happened. They probably stuck around because to them it's like a soap opera. They stood around in the crowd talking about it. This was their entertainment for the night. And that's when you're in an environment like that and you see a lot of that type of stuff happen, you become desensitized to it to where it becomes almost normalized. And so the normalized dysfunction is a part of the reason why no one in the restaurant stood up for Carlishia Hood while she's in this verbal confrontation with a grown man who was stronger than her. And then when he put his hands on her, no one continued to step in because to them, they're just like, well, she should have just stayed in her place instead of getting in a man's place. Now, I'm gonna say this is also controversial. And people are going to, hate me for saying this, but if Carlishia Hood was lighter in complexion, or if she was a different race, a lot of the black men there would have probably defended her. And I'm just going to be quiet.
Well, if y'all have any questions for KC or any comments about what he said, hopefully he'll stay on and you guys can call in and have a talk with KC. Okay, our co-host for tonight. You ready, KC? To answer some phone calls?
I'm down for it.
Okay.
I'm down for it. They want to come beat me up about what I'm saying.
All right.
Come on, I'm ready.
All right. So calling from 816, you're live on the air, 816.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
This was very disgusting that would happen. But you know what? I taught my daughter how to use both of my nines, and I'm pretty sure she would have emptied out the clip. However, there has been a situation that she knew to go put it up. She knew to go put that mug up. And this right here, I agree. It took me a minute, but the gentleman that was on.
He's still here. His name is KC.
I understood what KC was saying, especially at the end.
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Yeah, had that person, like he said, very truthful, had that person been a little lighter and whatnot, somebody probably would have stepped in. There was an old man that was right there. And I'm pretty sure if he had to say, hey, man, let's calm down for a minute. Let's just calm down. Let the lady order, and she'll be on her way. But he didn't even feel comfortable of saying it. And that is our problem right there. See, we scared of the younger crew now. We got people who are well in age that will not. I'm a woman that plays basketball. Even I'm 43 years old, and even when I go to the court, there are grown people that will not say anything. I live in an apartment complex. I'll tell the kids all the time, hey, listen, y'all got places to play. Stay out of, these people are running through here. They won't talk to them. They won't say anything. And this is what happens when people don't say nothing. There was a man well in his 60s on that one video. He ran first. Okay. He ran first. Let me get on out of here. He was looking the whole time. He was right by the door, but when he fell, he was, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. Let me get on out of here. That is not the way grown men should behave. Never. I don't care how old you is. I don't care if he couldn't barely hold himself up. I was at a bar and grill today, And I actually asked a Caucasian man. He didn't know nothing about it. And I asked him without showing the video first. I said, hey, let me say something to you. If your mother was right here and a man came up to her and they were in an argument and he reached, and when I tell you that man reached behind himself, he reached to the depths of hell to hit that woman. The depths. I said, what would you do? He said, I'll be reloading my gun. I'm sorry, my pow. I apologize. He said, I'll be reloading it and unloading it again. Then when I showed him the video, I was out with a homegirl of mine. When I showed him the video, he said, oh, no. Oh, no. That would never. My mama? My mother? Oh, no. And you know what? I think both of them, I understand what what's the name was saying, but as long as both of them be quiet and go to trial and don't take a what's the name for it, anybody in their right mind cannot. When I tell you that boy, he hit her so hard, it bounced off of him. He had to gain his own balance.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's controversial as well. And I think sometimes just looking in a different perspective, if you're like in the police or medical, it said, okay, if he hit her so hard, why didn't she call the ambulance? How was she able to function and still order X, Y, and Z and leave and drive off? Because a lot of times, just like the situation when people are in domestic violence with their boyfriend, and you say, well, can you come to the hospital or, or anything? And it's like, no, I'm fine. And sometimes people don't take it as, you get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying on that.
And another thing I wanted to know as well, I know you said you would tell your son to, your son will unload and unload and unload, which is fine, because the person would be, of course, dead. And do you talk to your kids about the consequences behind that? And are you willing to go to jail for a long period of time behind it? And some kids, I'm sure, will. They say, hey, I'm okay with spending 30, 40 years in prison behind somebody hitting you and I'm being obsessive, taking them out.
That's a good question, Gigi. You know what? In that particular, they were very, I will say this, and this is against them, but on the after that went down, they did seem very calm. And you know what? If I'm going to blame it on something, it's trauma. I remember I've worked very, very hard to keep my daughter out of the toxicity of how I grew up. Where my mother and my father wasn't together, but every other week I was at a grandmother's house. I was at my mama's house, and then I was at my father's mother's house. My father's mother's house taught me how you get together and have fun and be merry and you fellowship. My mother's mother taught me how they start off good, but somebody was going to jail and somebody was bleeding. For years, I kept my daughter away from that. I took her to a funeral 2 years ago. And by the time we got a block away, she said, I see why you don't. When you live in that type of environment,
yeah,
it doesn't bother them.
Because
like
a lot of people are doing a lot of time now. A lot of people are in jail and prison now, and they don't care taking people out. And I think that's another perspective. People don't care about life. People, if you talk to them wrong, just like that man, he did not care about her physical well-being because she kept talking. And it's a circle of evil. It's a circle of hate that continues to go around. The justifying of, it being obsessive and taking somebody out of here. And my thing is, if your son is obsessive and he take that person out, and he's in prison, how is he going to protect you in prison? Because best believe in this world, when you take somebody out, it's a funeral and people are crying and people do want revenge. So while the son is in prison, you are out by yourself, and the other family, best believe they looking for revenge. And it's never going to stop. It's going to continue to be a cycle, which it's already a cycle.
I get that. I get what you're saying. But at the same time, we felt that a long time ago, over 400 years ago, because if we keep thinking of, hey, look, I got to bow down because I got to be here. When are we going to take accountability and stand up for something? Because, I mean, we got black men that's just like, okay, it is right there where a black man, an older black man, literally ran out.
I don't blame that older man. That older man is not. That older man is not in no position to defend himself, let alone defend somebody else. I'm sure that man got a family at home that he want to go into in peace. I mean, you have to know your battle. If you cannot beat another person, why put yourself in risk when you know you can't do shit? With diabetes,
put each other at risk.
He should have called the cops. She should have called the cops.
Handed him over to them folks, though.
She should have called the cops. He should have called the cops. She could have called. She could have texted her son and say, "Please call 911."
She told him to leave.
No.
Well, I just want to chime in and just say.
Oh yeah, Casey, come on now.
So Carlishia Hood, she legally owned the firearm, and if she would have had it on her person and used it against Jermey Brown as he struck her, she could have said self-defense. And also, if the 14-year-old would have came in after she texted him and would have seen his mother being harmed, you know, there could be an argument that he was using deadly force in the defense of another. The elements that we got to look at is that Carlishia Hood did not have her legally owned firearm on her person in practicing her Second Amendment right. She didn't have, you know, she does have a right to defend herself if she's being accosted. However, because I'm hearing that she was able to text someone, lets me believe that it's possible the altercation was over with, or there was a period of time where she could have walked off and chose not to. And there's an argument that Carlishia Hood's background and her upbringing, dealing with the 14-year-old's father, made her the way she is, and I understand that. But there's just those key elements of her not having the firearm on her person, her not trying to leave with Jermey possibly pursuing her, and the 14-year-old seeing that and then using deadly force in defense of another. There's just so many what ifs that could justify Carlishia Hood and her son not being charged, but we got to look at it at the fact that they just didn't do what they could have done to avoid being charged. And I don't think we should use 1850s talking points or 1950s talking points. With that stuff is valid. But however, when it comes to this situation in this case, unfortunately, if a person is in a situation where they're having an altercation with someone else, if someone's accosting you and you choose to defend yourself, that's great. But if you're at a point where you could leave and you choose not to, and you choose not to call the cops, and you even leave the scene, it's just going to look to where you somewhat are like guilty and you got something to hide. And I think that's what we should focus on. And the takeaway should be that if you're going to practice your Second Amendment, have the pow pow on you. And if you're going to defend yourself, do that, but don't do more to where you're trying to get your lick back and now you're the aggressor.
Yeah, and I think it's good to know once you're doing the pow pow, you have to know the laws. You have to know what's right and what's wrong in your state, in your county. You have to be responsible. because taking somebody this serious. Your life can be up in prison, and I'm sure people don't care because you can see people in prison all day. People go back in prison. You have people out here in these streets say, I don't give a damn, I'll kill somebody right now and I'll go back to prison. I don't give a damn.
They shouldn't have left. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I teach my daughter is the law. When you hang out with it, because we'll tell people, listen, you shouldn't hang out with those people, but we won't go into depth about, listen, if you're with somebody, you're in the car, they go in, they do something, they rob a bank or whatever, and you in the car with them, even if you probably didn't know, you're with them, and they murder somebody, then guess what? You can be charged just as well. But we're just now knowing about the law. I had told somebody about a month ago, I said I used to pay my lawyer because I didn't have any type of speeding tickets or moving violations, but my tax would be, the tax wasn't on the car, wasn't right. But you think that lawyer tried to say, well, why did they even pull you over? Because it's a money game. That's how people of color see it. That lawyer never said, well, why you got this no insurance ticket? Well, why did they pull you over? This is the only ticket you got. You know why? Because I'm still paying her. Because they don't know the law. But I had to learn it myself. Because one day I got pulled over. I had insurance. The tags didn't go, but why did you pull me over? But see, that's something we gotta learn. We're now in the time of information where we are sharing information. We're able to record ourselves just like this platform here. No, they shouldn't have ran. That was her mistake. She should have stayed right there. But we don't get a fair trial. We don't get to be fair. You got people you had a 14-year-old boy who just had a play gun. That person didn't go to jail just right then and there, but they didn't run either. We got to learn that. We got to put it on our learning tree, as my grandmother would say. Put it on our learning tree. But at the same time, anybody, I would say they need to shut their mouths and take it to court and get judged by 12. Because you know what? It's going to be somebody in there that says, you know what? If that was my mama, I would have did the same thing. And they're not going to think about these extenuating circumstances or these little cracks. They're going to look at that tape, that video, and say, that was harsh. That man said, oh, my grandma. Hold up. Let me say this part. On my grandma, if you say something else, and you know what? Now he's talking to his grandma.
So let me ask you this.
What's up?
Do you believe the 14-year-old son was a child?
Yes.
Do you believe that a mother and or father should protect their child?
Yes.
Do you believe that an adult should bring a child into grown folks' business?
Absolutely not.
And that's where you and I agree. My heart goes out to Carlishia Hood because she had a right to defend herself. She was being accosted. But I just do not agree that we need to bring children into grown folks' business. She knew she had him in the vehicle. I understand she was distraught. She was being accosted. She had a right to defend herself. She had the opportunity to leave and chose to text the 14-year-old to come in, or text this 14-year-old. He came in. When she saw that he was in, she should have saw that he came in and been like, no, we need to go outside because you're a child. But she instructed her son to pow him and finish him off, and then pow the girlfriend. At that point, the mother put her son in an adult's place, and she should not have done that.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I got a 6-year-old daughter. I wouldn't have left. I would have stayed there. But that's me. No, she still had to be busy. Let's put that out there too.
Okay.
She still had to be kind of busy.
When You said the man hit her, but when she texted the son, the man didn't hit her. So
Right.
during that time,
But
she was
before
in
he
her
hit
right
her,
senses. She could have called the police if she felt her life was threatened. But she decided to tell her son, her child, to bring in a gun.
that was wrong.
And so
That was wrong.
that at that point, that child life in his path has been turned around following his mother's direction.
That's true.
And of
I would
course,
have never
he wants to
said that.
make his mom happy and protect his mom. And the mom, shit, he didn't have no choice because he's put in this situation.
Correct. I agree with that. I would have never. I'm gonna tell you, I was in an argument with someone in my house, and my daughter knew to. I keep a gun in my living room, and I keep one in my bedroom. She knew to go, even though when I went to go look at it, I just wanted her to put it up. She had already done it, but that's because I'm in her ear as much as I can be. That I agree. But will a jury of 12 look at those circumstances that we're looking at right now? That's the biggest question, and I want the gentleman to answer that.
So the jury is going to look at the same thing I looked at, and they're going to be upset that Carlishia Hood involved her 14-year-old son. They're also going to want to know why she didn't leave and have law enforcement come do their job. And then they're also going to wonder, what was her actions after the first pow pow to the guy's back, and what was she thinking when she instructed her 14-year-old child to pursue him and continue to pow pow him and then go after his girlfriend. Like, to me, a jury's going to look at that and they're going to just be like, nah, she needs to be off the streets. And unfortunately, her 14-year-old, who was influenced by her and will more than likely continue on that path if on the streets, they're probably going to find them both guilty of unaliving someone. I recommend that if I was the lawyer, I would say, hey, take a plea deal. That way you all can at least spend the rest of your lives outside of the jail, as opposed to the majority of it inside, especially the child.
Well, in my Johnny Cochran voice, I would probably say we only need one. And I'm going to take my chances with 12.
Hey, facts. Now, I'm going to say one last thing and I'll let you finish, caller. Unfortunately, we do have a culture of cowards where a lot of people in the restaurant could have said something or did something.
Absolutely.
And I think the circumstances would have been changed. Unfortunately, we have a culture of cowards where a lot of men feel like they're not going to intervene to help or save a woman unless they're getting her kitty. So there's also that piece as to why these things happen a lot, whether we see it on the news cycle or not. I think the takeaway should be, if you're going to practice your Second Amendment right, you have the right to do so, but you need to be the one with the pow-pow. So that way, if you're going to do self-defense, which Carlishia Hood did have right to defend herself, then you're with the pow-pow, not someone else coming in and turning it into an execution.
Absolutely. I agree. And Gigi, thanks for letting me this. I've called it many times, but I've never got through. My name's Lisa, and
Lisa.
I listen to your show all the time.
Thank you.
And I just appreciate you letting me speak. The gentleman, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting his name, but I agree.
You call me KC.
KC, you know he got YouTube channels, girl. You know he got YouTube channels.
Because I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. KC, you're right. I just, I don't agree all the way with you. I understand what you're saying, though. But at the same time, in a case like this, it's full of emotions and whatnot. Again, I would try myself.
You identify with Carlishia Hood and her circumstance. That's really what it is. A lot of people in the comment section, including yourself, you all identify as being a Carlishia Hood. I understand. That's why I'm not going to argue, because I'm a black man, and I understand that when growing up in the hood, like I did, and I'm sure I don't know if you did or not, but there's a black male culture and a black female culture. There's two separate cultures. Even though we're all black, we all grow in the same community, two separate cultures. Right. And so when it boils down to it, I understand that people are upset with what I'm saying and upset with me, because a lot of you all identify with Carlishia Hood, whereas I can't. I can only look at it from a logical standpoint, and I think a lot of people are looking at it from an emotional standpoint, which is fine and understandable. I just say, change my mind. Maybe I'm wrong. I would like to hear people's stories in the comment section and everything, so I could get an understanding of what it's like with the way you all grew up. I can only look at it logically, and I also would say you all get the likes up. There's 958 people watching and only 523 likes. Also, Super Chat and Cash App GIGI. Cash App is $Pink Lips 500.
Oh, thank you.
Join her channel membership as well.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa.
Absolutely. I'm really a logical person, KC. I'm an Aquarius. I'm very logical. And I can be emotional too. But when I'm judging situations, I don't know. I just seen the 2 videos. So I don't know the police report as of yet. However, I wouldn't have wanted my child to do that. And like I said, after that one, I would have been like, stop. What are you doing? What are you doing? And probably told my daughter, just go and give me the gun. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been, but
she tried to do that. For the 14-year-old son, had enough wherewithal to say, nah, I'm not going to give you the pow, because I know you're going to go after the girlfriend. So the 14-year-old son in that moment, in my opinion, was more, I'm going to say, having a level head than his mother did.
Wow. See, I don't know those details. I'm just looking at.
Well, Gigi just said it, and it's in the report. It's in the report, and Gigi said it earlier, like a couple of times. The mom instructed the 14-year-old son to finish off Jermey Brown and then go after his girlfriend who instigated it in the beginning. And they were laughing, and then the son refused to give him at any point. He would have stayed in the vehicle, and they would have been upset about it driving home, but they would have been going home.
And it could have been possible that Jermey Brown could have faced time for hitting her. So she could have got her justice within that.
Exactly.
Well, he was nervous because he could barely take it out of the hoodie pocket. He was very nervous. He didn't want to do it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Because when he reached for it, he could barely take it out. He was just like, I can't believe it. Such and such and such and such did this. How dare you?
Somebody hit your mama. Of course you're going to be upset. Someone that hit your mom, and it's a grown man, and you, 14-year-old, you probably want to go home, play video games, and now you got to deal with this. So, of course, he's nervous, and he's a little bit afraid. And that's why I say,
yeah, he shouldn't have been in that position no way. He's a child.
I've come home to my own complex and people were into it. And there was a lot of people on each side. But after I got out and said, what are we doing here? You're a grown woman and you're arguing with children. What's the problem? By the end, by 20 minutes later, I was giving everybody popsicles. So even though as a woman, as a black woman, even if I would have had to lose my life over some ignorance, I still got to speak my piece if it's righteous. And black men got to know that too. It's a way that you talk. And when I'm coming to somebody, I'm coming to them humbly. What are we doing here? Hey, y'all, what's going on? Wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, let's talk about this for a minute. Why are we about to fight each other? You know what I mean? It's a way that you do it. And I don't know. I don't know what I have, because anytime I have said anything or butted into something and said, let's calm down, thank God no harm has come to me. But even if it has, at least I done left here with, ain't no foolishness like this fool was doing. So, again, I know everybody wants to go home to their families. I get that. But you know what? If I know any of my family or even my one and only daughter, if she was doing something right, I can live with that. So why aren't we speaking up? Because we scared? So scared has got us where we are now.
Let me ask you this, if it's okay to ask you another question.
Sure.
Is Lisa right? Am I saying, is it Lisa?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, do you believe that Jermey Brown was in the right or wrong by putting his hands on Carlishia Hood?
He was in the wrong.
What would you have done if you were Carlishia Hood?
If I was Carlishia Hood, because this is how I was raised. My mother, as a little girl, I will never forget, and I taught my daughter the same thing, to never put yourself in a man's position.
Let's say he hit
power.
you.
Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question,
okay.
And I need people to understand this, because I'm a woman, and I do have a big voice, but I would have ran. I probably would have left out once he said, if you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock the hell out of you. I don't want to cuss on GIGI show, but I would have just left. I don't even care whether I paid for it or not, but that's me.
Okay, let me ask you a follow-up question.
Sure.
Let's say he hits you. You would have ran away?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I can't fight a man.
And so to me, I think that's what the takeaway should be. We have to understand you don't want to deal with someone who may be outside of your depth to deal with. And there's nothing wrong with fleeing and getting away, because that's also a part of making sure that you're safe.
And knowing that your son is safe too, and he's not going to jail for the rest of his life.
Right. To me, that should
Absolutely.
be the takeaway. Is not, she knows she can't beat this man, and she's got the 14-year-old with her. What you just said, I believe, is the best course of action would have been she should have left and left the scene, called the police, maybe went to a different place as far as an establishment. What she should have done is actually, after leaving, complained to the owner or the management about not having a safe environment, and took that route.
She doesn't look like she was even expecting that. She wasn't, because she wasn't that one shaking her head, this, that,
well,
and the
she
third.
caught her son with the gun, so she was expecting something, and that's dangerous anyway, because thank God, well, it went like that for the son, because you bring a 14-year-old in a dangerous situation at night. That man Jermey Brown, his girlfriend or his friend could have been there by the door, peeped everything out, and took that pow and used it on that 14 and had him gone. Things could have went any type of way. Hell, Jermey Brown could have had a gun and then start shooting at the 14-year-old boy. It would have been a damn shootout.
Correct. Absolutely, Gigi. Those are scenarios that
yeah, you
played.
Gotta think about that shit all the way.
Absolutely, I agree. But you know what? The way I'm talking, and everybody doesn't have that type. I know people don't have that type of mentality that I have, you have, or even Casey has. So I'm just putting my trying to understand. I really don't understand the guy who was hitting side. I don't understand why he was so upset, and while listening, because I came in the middle, that he just wanted her to hurry up and order. Like, you in that much anger and that much rage because you are ready to order? I don't know how many times I've been behind an old person ordering, I don't know how many lottery tickets.
He might have been having a bad day. Maybe
No,
he didn't
that's
like
that
the way she
nigga
looked.
shit. That's that nigga hood
Or the
mentality.
nigga
That's
shit.
just how they
Right.
are. They don't care about nobody else. It's all about them. They want you to speed up. They just ignorant. And then they like to drive in front and behind you. Have you ever had these niggas drive behind you all fast and shit?
Yes.
It's the same mentality.
First of all,
I
I'm a
bet
truck
he's a
driver,
horrible driver.
So I know.
I bet he's a horrible driver.
Absolutely.
I can't stand them drivers.
Yeah, what are you such in a hurry for? And then you can pass by people.
But you know
where
they be on
got
that shit too. They
laid
be
out.
smoking that, they be sniffing that stuff and all them on them
Absolutely.
drugs. They drug heavy. This nigga shit is drug heavy.
Absolutely. But Casey, I feel you. GG, I feel you too. But again, I still stand on, I'm going to take it to trial. Could nobody talk me into no deal at all? I just feel like
Okay.
I don't think there's
Well, you would have
12
ran,
people
so
that
you
could
wouldn't even
try
have
to-
to deal with that. you would have
I
ran.
would have ran. Yeah, I would have ran. I really would have ran. Like if I didn't get a chance to, once that one hit, she was still standing strong.
Yeah,
And I'm
she
gonna
a
tell
tough
you,
cookie.
there was-
I think most women would have ran, or most women would have just diffused the situation if they could have.
Let me say this, because it's a similar but not all the way situation. It was a cousin of mine. I was dropping him off. He was coming from the club. I took him over to his baby mama house. I didn't know that they were into it. I should have knew something when he said, wait right here. When she came out, they got to going into it. And when I tell you, I have never seen my cousin hit a woman. He hit her. And he hit her with just like that man did. That woman stood still. I mean, she didn't fall all the way, but it was almost as if God had given her a brick. She hit my cousin. He was still standing. He ran in her house, knew where she kept her keys, jumped in her car, almost hit my Cadillac. And I stayed there with the police. Now, from that day going forward, I didn't fool with my cousin no more. He said, but we're back together. Listen, if she want to be with you, but the fact that you would do that she has bared 2 children by you, ain't no telling what you'll do to me. So let me back up off of you. Mm-hmm. But
Look, can I ask you one more question? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I just want to ask you one more question, Lisa, before you get off here. Okay.
Sure.
So Carlishia Hood and her 14-year-old son, they're being tried together. You're on the jury. What do you need Carlishia Hood to say for you to vote not guilty, and you're one of the jurors?
I need her to say, listen, I didn't know he was going to hit me, but he did. I was in a whirlwind after that. It was fuzzy. All I wanted to do was get my son and go. Thinking back on it now, I should have never left at all. Thinking back on that, I wish I never had texted him, even if it was before the main event, not event, but the main situation had happened. But when I text that man, when I text my son, I was thinking, hey, bring it to me. But then after a minute, I didn't feel, like I said, I think from the video, I felt like she was cool. Like, he's just talking shit. I'm cool. That's why she said, just go back in the car. Because for her to say that, her energy was like, all right, man, he's just talking. He rah-rahing. And he's in front of an audience, and I don't have time for it. Because a lot of times, before my profession now versus before, I've been in customer service for like 18 years, so I know how to deal with, and I know when you come down, that person got to come down. But you get that 1 in a million that won't, and he was it. But I told my son to go back to the car because I didn't feel no more threat. I really didn't feel threatened by him. He was just hollering. He was hollering to where I didn't even hear him say, from reviewing the video, I didn't even hear him say, if you say one more thing else, because I'm directing my son, listen, go back to the car. And that's when he hit me. And once he hit me about 3-4 times with all his might. And even though I'm still standing, I'm not aware of everything that's going on around me. And I got in that car and I left. That's what I would need to hear. And if I was in that jury room, I could convince I could convince other people to follow along with me. That's how I feel about it, KC.
All right. Well, we thank you so much, 816. It's been a pleasure. We're going to let you go at this time. We do have other callers, so we're going to answer 313. You're live from the air. Hello,
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Gigi and KC.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Okay, I want to start off like this. I agree with very few of what KC said on the subject, but I'm going to get into that. I know you are, Gigi. You're up on Neek at Night, right?
What you mean?
I mean, no, I was doing my research on this story, and I watched some stuff on there. She has a little more things and some more views of what was happening, and I saw some more videos myself.
Well, let's just go from your point of view, not another YouTuber. But go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm going from my view. I'm just saying I saw some more video. That's all I was saying. So the guy who hit her, she was really in danger because he has a history of beating on women. And in the video I saw, when he knocked her back, and the reason he was shot in the back, the son was at the door wobbling. He was nervous. I didn't like him being compared to Yummy. But
I think he did that for the age, because Yummy is 11. So if we're talking about age, we're talking about age.
Yeah, but I was saying, he didn't have the characters. Yummy was like a killer.
But it doesn't matter if he was if the law is based on age. I would think it's just on age, or I don't know. Casey.
Only reason why I mentioned Lil Yummy is that people. Lil Yummy, he's deceased. I mean, he's unalive now. Only reason why I mentioned Lil Yummy is people are making it seem like someone who's a child can't unalive somebody. That's the comments that I was seeing, and I was like, hey, Lil Yummy, he's from Chicago. Yeah, so I'm not comparing him
well,
to
just tell him to go to Atlantic Station. It's a lot of thug miners. It's crawling at Atlantic Station. They all they do is rob and pow. But go ahead.
Okay, now from a video I saw too is when he hit her. When he hit her the third time and was getting ready to hit her the fourth time, she was over towards the back. If you notice where the door is, so when he came in, the boy aimed. He didn't know what he was doing, but he shot. That's how he ended up shot in the back. I agree with you on the point of it shouldn't have been a second shot. The mama did, but she called him for protection. He didn't come in till after he went to hit her the fourth time. He had already hit her 3 times when he came in. And I'm not going to lie, I don't knock the brother for it, but I do not approve of the mother trying to go for the girl. And I do agree with you. The son was more in his right mind she tried to take the gun from him. I saw that on the video, and he wouldn't give it to her, and he snatched back from her. But so I agree with some of the things you said, but I'm going to say this, from how hard he hit her and how loud that was, the mama was not in the right mind. I agree with you. It was wrong. They shouldn't have left. But when you're caught up like that, you ain't really thinking straight. And
you're
about
just
leaving
angry. What is it? You're just angry and rage at that point? You think she was just angry?
Enraged.
And she just wanted to retaliate. She wanted to retaliate.
It ain't always about that. It's just you just want the world around you to blow up.
That's retaliation, ain't it?
Up. Yeah. I said yeah.
Oh, I thought you said no.
No, I said now. I didn't say
Oh,
no.
communication. Thank you. My bad.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you right.
Listen, I've been a fan.
I know you.
You
Go
know,
ahead. Yeah, but
you
I don't
know how
like
we
you
is from
name another YouTubers on my shit either. Now you should know that. I don't want no
yeah,
drama. It ain't needed. It ain't needed. But go ahead.
but I
Anything
got
else
up.
you wanted to say
Okay.
about the situation? Huh?
Yeah,
Go
you know,
ahead.
we represent. Um, as the legal point of view, I do think if they go to a court of law, I do think people are gonna ride with them because the media tried to lie and say at first he only hit her one time. And I was going through the news reports on the situation in the local news. And it finally came out in a different one. So it's so many different stories going around. And I don't really believe in the police like that because when it comes to black on black crime, they don't give a F. You know that.
Oh, I'm with Black
And
the
that's
Boo. The Black the Boo came out, child. I'm fucking with Black the Boo. Okay, I'm a cop
and you
caller. I'm a cop caller. Okay, I love.
Outpowed Jermey Brown in the back. That was deadly force in defense of another. We're all on the same page with that. We're all on the same page. It's just that, just after that, that's where things change. So
yeah.
everyone is on the same page with the deadly force in defense of another. But once he followed him outside, and after instruction of his mom, and continued to pow pow, that's where now the situation goes from using deadly force in defense of another, and even the mom, Carlishia, wanting the defense and needing it. Now we're going into unaliving someone. So the son has been charged with first degree unaliving, aggravated unlawful use of a weapon, and unlawful possession of a firearm. If the mother texts him, come inside and help me, or just come inside, him grabbing her pow pow now puts him in more trouble than just
Yeah.
simply, because you see what I'm saying? Because he knows that wasn't his pow pow, but he grabbed it. And then when he
True.
went to the door, he used deadly force in defense of another. Understandable. But once it went past that point, now it's you can't just simply say, oh, well, he punched her so many times, it was so hard, she wasn't thinking. At that point, they're now the aggressors. And that's what I think the takeaway needs to be, is that they were in the right until a certain point. Once they went past that point of pursuing him outside and continue to pow pow him, now they are the pursuers and the aggressors.
Now, KC, you know a lot about it. I wanted to ask you, do you know that the deceased guy family was putting up a page and was in commemorate to him, right? And
Well, right. It's understandable. I mean, most of the time when someone passes away, they're raising funds if they ain't got it.
well, no, they took him down because I was trying to investigate to find out stuff. The girl who was with him that was cheering him on, coaching him on to hit her. She had to shut her pages down because they were going at her so hard talking about him.
Okay. I know that there's people who said he has a history of beating women, which, I understand that. But it's like if his family had tried to raise a GoFundMe to get money for him, I mean, that happens all the time, especially when it comes to like funerals and stuff.
Yeah, I was just putting you up on that they was on him so tough that they took it down. But I agree with you on that. But the mother was wrong. But the son, she didn't have intent. She didn't plan to murder that guy at first.
Well, it's not premeditated. That's why she wasn't charged for it. So I'm with you on that. It's just that once they pursued Jermey Brown outside, because it's possible that he could have survived had they have not pursued him outside and continued. And she directed her son to continue to engage him, and the son continued to pow pow him. He might have survived, and she may have got her justice and day in court. But because but for them both pursuing Jermey Brown, that is what ultimately caused his demise.
and her trying to get the gun and tell him to shoot the girl.
Further meaning that the mother had bloodlust, which is understandable because she just got through getting punched, but she had bloodlust. What if she would have got the firearm from her son? She would have went after the girlfriend, and it'd have been two people unalive instead of one.
And
so
that's what I agree with you on. Yeah, that son was very. I commend him because it could have went way worse. Yeah, I'm talking about for when the mother tried to take the gun, and he was like, "It's over."
Unfortunately, one of
him killing. I was just saying that. What you said earlier about him when he tried to take the gun when the mother tried to take the gun from him, he wouldn't let her. He yanked it out away from her.
So I'm going to say something controversial. At this point, Carlishia Hood, if you or your family are listening, Carlishia needs to take the fall for this and let her 14-year-old son be free. She needs to say, you know what I'm saying? Like she needs to say, I'll take the fall and let him be free. Don't get us both.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, yeah, because you got to protect
your son. I agree with you 100 on that. Yeah, because his life is gonna be gone,
and he has a possibility of the future.
Yeah, most definitely. And I thank y'all for this. For the time, and I love you, Gigi.
I love you too. 313. Stand up, Detroit. Stand up. You east side or west side? What side you on?
East side.
East side.
I'm east side, Little Beirut.
East side. East side. I know that's right. All right. Well, thank you so much. We're gonna let you go at this moment. Calling from 980. You're live on the air. 980.
Hey, Gigi. I'm calling. I wanted to say I wanted to ask 2 questions first before I make my comment, but it's like a little in-depth. Can I ask you, are both of you guys over the age of 30 or 40? It's about my comment. That's the reason I'm asking.
Just go ahead. We got some people in the comment section, so go ahead.
Okay, so this is my thing. I think the real issue is with what's his name, JC, what he was saying is absolutely correct. KC. The problem is, I think I kind of know what the problem is already with this whole situation with us as people. He said, while the woman was talking earlier, Lisa, he said women are coming from an emotional standpoint where the men are not. So the little boy was like, y'all said 14 or 15, and he knew to take the gun like from his mom. That's because he was a male and he's not coming from an emotional standpoint. And even when Casey was talking to Lisa, every now and again he would go to say something and she would cut him off. And sometimes as women, we don't even listen to men, so we end up in a situation where we're trying to be a man and a woman, and we're not thinking rational. And a lot of women don't have themselves under someone who can talk. Like even the lady Lisa said, she said it's a way that talking would have made her think different. Even when she first started, she was gun-ho about the boy wasn't wrong, the mom wasn't wrong. But after Casey came with his logic, she understood. So you got so many women out here with no real male presence, that everything for them is emotional. And if someone's talking to you, they want to cut them off because they know the answer or something like that. And I think this mother, I don't know if this boy's father's in his life. I don't know. I'm just saying this is just what I'm getting at in my head is like.
Well, where is the father? That's a good question. I never thought about that.
Right, because I think the problem is with us is, even me as a woman, at one point, you know, I thought I knew, but then when you get a certain male presence, like Casey is very, he's not getting emotional about it. Not saying he's not, but he knows that this is not about emotionalness right now. This is about critical thinking. And we don't critical think as a community of women. Like he said, women have their own culture and then guys have their own, even though we're the same community. And it's so true because if more women had a man to fill in that gap as a man, maybe we wouldn't be so on the emotional, stressed out, ready to take it to the next level. Because even when he was talking to Lisa, she in the beginning was like real aggressive and her talking and kind of over talking him. And then when he would get the word and she's like, wait. And it's like, you don't have the answers. He's trying to tell you.
Well,
You just have to listen. But
yeah,
then I think,
yeah,
hold on, GAG,
but
I just want to say this part real quick.
if we can stay
Go ahead.
focused on a topic and not the callers, I don't want a caller to feel
I'm
like, oh
not
my
saying
God,
on the
when I
no,
call
no,
here,
this is
I'm going to get
This is not,
criticized.
this is not about the caller. I'm not calling to criticize her, but I'm saying this is the reason why the woman at the store was so gun-ho and getting her son to get a gun is because sometimes we don't listen to that male presence. Even if he's 15, he even knew, like, this ain't it, mama. Just like KC was saying, no, you got to think from logical. And KC is giving us the tools. He's saying we're thinking as women from the dangerous situation or area or environment. Second is, okay, how can I make this better or protect myself? Protect yourself wasn't making your kid, like he said, get in a grown person situation. Protecting your child should have been getting out the situation because you don't know if this man smacked you, was he going to come back in the store and shoot you? This is Chicago we're talking about. So you don't know what
I'm going to
could have
interject.
You should have got yourself out that area.
I got to interject. I appreciate the compliment. However, I don't think we should make it that someone's gender is bad because, you know, I don't, in my opinion, I don't think we should just discount someone because of their gender. I think what it is that ultimately we do need a better class of men because Jermey Brown shouldn't have put his hands on her that started all this chain of events. I think when looking at it now, we should look at it logically, and I think it's okay to put ourselves in Carlishia Hood's shoes and sympathize and empathize with her because ultimately, you know, I'm gonna ask you I'm gonna ask you, if you were Carlishia Hood, what would you do after he had struck you?
Okay, so if I was her, I would have been reading the room anyway, 11:30 at night in the store. I would have been reading the room.
No, you're already there.
And once he would have hit me, I would have been gone because, first of all, your testosterone, you just hit me for no reason. I'm not staying in the situation to get beat down. As a woman, hitting you in your face, you must be used to somebody hitting you in your face. I'm not staying for no one to hit me in my face. In my face, in my own personal area. I'm not staying for that because I'm telling you right now, especially with my son being there, you're not going to run and go get other people to join into something chaotic. You're going to go get the people that you're supposed to go get. Whether people think you shouldn't call the cops or it's no snitching, go right on ahead because I'm going to let them handle you the way they need to handle you. Because I'm not going to do this with you because, one, I'm a woman. Why would I feel like aggression is the key? I'm not going to think that as a female. And that's the only reason why I was bringing gender into this, because most of the time when something is going down, it's always men that usually step in, like good men that step in. And I don't know if this boy Jeremy had his dad in his life or he's seen men hitting women and thought that was the answer. But clearly this was some type of learned behavior he had. And clearly what Carlishia had was some more learned behavior too. But this boy, he knew that was not it. And like you said earlier, I think she should just go ahead and take the charge. I know the cops had to do what they had to do and arrest him. But at the end of the day, they need to go ahead and let her do the time. Let this boy get some real counseling and be up underneath some real people. And really, people should be raising some money for this child to get put in a good home and get some good counseling and get out of this situation, because at the end of the day, he's 15. 15-year-olds are not allowed to have guns. They don't understand. They're not even supposed to have don't even have a learning permit. They don't understand. As a guardian, as a parent, he has no fault in this, especially when he knew it wasn't, and then his mom is still do it. We don't know what he goes through at home with this lady. We really don't. And I feel like this, if you're not an aggressive person and somebody come to you with aggression and that's something that you're not used to or used to dealing with or seeing on an everyday basis and dealing with, you're not going to feel like going back as aggressive.
I just want to say
that's not your natural instinct to me.
We need to understand that Jermey Brown was the aggressor. He escalated it. He started the argument, and he began to physically accost Carlishia. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Jermey Brown was the aggressor here. You know, he's the man. He's the aggressor.
That's what I'm saying. He's the aggressor. I don't know what he's seen in his life to think it's okay to hit a woman. But I'm talking about her son. He needs some counseling and somebody to send a GoFundMe so he don't have to do this time, because he was listening to his mother sometimes kids do stuff that their mothers tell them not to do, and it's because it's their mom. Like, sometimes they don't even listen to their dad as much as they listen to their mom. Like, boys really listen to their mom. Kids listen to their mom. So even though he knew,
Well, he was
Mom,
he was wanting to defend her because they were good to go until they pursued. They were good to go until they pursued Jermey Brown outside, and then they became the pursuers and the aggressor. But everything in the restaurant, that Carlishia Hood and even her 14-year-old son could be argued to be justifiable because the son was using deadly force in defense of another, and Carlishia Hood has a right to defend herself. Just because someone argued, it doesn't. Just because someone argued with you, you can argue with them back. You know what I'm saying? But once Jermey Brown assaulted her, now Carlishia Hood is defending herself the best way she can, and her calling her 14-year-old.
Not the boy.
Well, the boy was using deadly force in defense of another, his mom.
Like, to me, if his mom would have never told him that, even if, I think, from my standpoint, just seeing it, I think if that boy was sitting there and seeing that, he would have been more so like, no, get off my mom, something like that. I doubt if that boy would have ran to the car and get a gun without his mom telling him that, or coming in with a gun or whatever. I think it's a lot more with the kind of household he's being raised in and his mama telling him what to do because I think he ordered it.
Well, see, it just, that's what I'm saying. Like, in my opinion, he's seeing his mom get pummeled. You see what I'm saying? And like he chose to get the pow and go in there, and he chose to use deadly force in defense of another. There was a case in another state where a woman did that to a firefighter in defense of her boyfriend, and no charges were filed. And so this could have been the same situation, but they pursued him. They pursued Jermey Brown outside and pow-powed him and finished him off at the mother's instruction.
Well, let me ask
you see what I'm saying?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So if the mother is giving the instruction to a kid, can we really hold the kid for what his mom is doing? Because remember, he's still a kid. He don't have a mature mind like we have. He's thinking of his mom. He's panicking. There's a gun involved. There's a lot going on, stuff he's not expecting. Like you said, he just want to go. These kids be into their phones and worrying about going home playing the game. So I'm wondering from the kid, like I put myself as a 15-year-old with a lot of chaos going on. At 15, your mom, kids are very impressionable. Your mom saying, do this, do that. Even though it's not right, I just wonder, like, was it from the pressure of his mom being upset, seeing his mom hurt, and then his mom giving him these type of instructions? Because I'm hearing y'all saying in the beginning, the boy was like, no, but then she's like, no, do it. Go after
that
the
wasn't
girl,
in
whatever.
the beginning.
Like,
that was near the end.
I mean, no. I'm saying in the beginning of the conversation that I heard on the phone. What I heard, because I'm at work. So what I heard you say in the beginning a little while ago, for me, that was the beginning. But I understand that happened at the end of the incident. What I'm saying is, I'm wondering at the end, was the boy feeling so much pressure, he just did what he was instructed to do. You get what I'm saying? Because most kids that's about that, parents ain't got to tell them they're going to do it off the rip. But kids who are not like that, I think he was intimidated, and I think it was just so much going on. Now, I think he can say, well, hey, it was so much going on. I just didn't know, and my mom was telling me to do this, and I seen her upset, and it was just so much, and I just did it because she was instructing me.
That what you're saying, I mean to cut you off, that kind of would go to a jury. Because see, that now you're talking about in defense of the 14-year-old, that would go before a jury. So that's what I was like, it's two separate instances.
I think that's the only person that right now I really feel bad for, because that boy don't even have a chance. His mama telling him to do something like that, and as parents, we're supposed to protect our kids, not put our kids in a situation where they doing like crazy stuff that we not even doing. And it's like, to me, she kind of punked out. You should have took the gun from your son and did it. And if he didn't give you the gun, you should have just walked off, because sometimes even these kids be telling their mamas like, Mom, that ain't right. Even boys, because I done seen some boys be like, Mom, you shouldn't do this. Mom, you shouldn't do that, because some of these women not in the right state of mind. Maybe a mama and daddy.
I'm going to give you this angle to think about. So they are at a business or an establishment. And like you said, it's late at night. I think the place is Maxwell Street Polish. The establishment should have had security. There should have been security there to step in and stop this, but there was no security. So, she has a right to go there at 11 at night to get food if she wants to. She has a right to have her 14-year-old son there. Jermey Brown has a right to be rude. There's nothing wrong with being rude. However, they should have had security on the premise and the security should have been hired to step in and stop Jermey Brown from accosting Carlishia Hood, and all of these events would have not have happened. So that's why I say when it comes to Carlishia Hood, she had a right to defend herself, and what happened to her was awful and horrible. However, if she would have done like you and other people are saying, that she would have left as soon as she got struck, she could have complained to the establishment and sued them in civil court later on. Mm-hmm. So she didn't even have to call the cops if she didn't want to. She could have went to the hospital, had pictures taken, got aid, and she could have sued the establishment and made them pay her medical bills and just moved on with her life. And I think that's the way we got to look at it. Is we don't want to say, oh, I'm gonna be in my ninja stuff, and you yell at me, you put your hands on me, it's time to unalive you. No, there's a lot of smart things that we can do, and the establishment should be ultimately looked at as being accountable for not providing a safe environment for something like this to.
Yeah, because see, the thing about it is that I like about tonight is GIGI always comes from a good standpoint, and then when people are saying things, she always flips it in terms of narrative and say, well, think of it from this way, think of it that way. And I can understand everything she's saying, but it's something with a male presence tonight. And the other night when you was on there, and another night she was on there. And it's like, once your presence came, like that lady said, that old man should have maybe said something, or maybe even the owner, maybe somebody at the window, somebody at the counter, somebody as a man could have, had a tone or a stance, and took a stance, or be like, hold up, or somebody could have just walked up and like tried to pull him off of her. Just something, and I'm just thinking, is something going on with it not being no men around? Like, to me, it's always something where was the man at, or why was the woman without a man, or why was the man doing this to a woman? It's always like the man is absent in the situation. It's always like that, and I'm telling you right now, like the caller said, she said, she loves the fact that you showed her from a different standpoint, because she said she wasn't thinking in that perspective. And I'm thinking to myself, it was just like an aha moment, like maybe that's the issue. There's not enough men to make people just have a stance. Like, we don't have no more real leaders. Mostly all the leaders were men. We had women leaders, and we had Angela Davis. We had a lot of women leaders, but we had more men leaders than women leaders. And it's like, where are these leaders in the house? Where are the leaders at these establishments? Where are the leaders at these schools? Where is the leaders everywhere? It's like we don't have none. And it seems like we just keep having these issues in our community. Because we don't have no leaders. We have no leadership at all. You got to have some type of leadership.
Well, that's what the Second Amendment is about.
I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but we do have some callers, and we're getting pressed for time. But I thank you so much, 908.
Go.
We're going to let you go at this time. How y'all doing? What's going on in the chat room? Can we get some more likes up in here? How y'all feeling? We do have other callers, so I can't, have too many just for a long period of time. We have to be thoughtful of other people. Okay, so calling from 312, you're live from the air.
Hi, thank you for the platform tonight. I think I have a totally different opinion, but you just touched on it. There was 3 people involved. There's the maniac that hit. He was caught in a corner in a line. If you look at the structure of the restaurant, there's one entrance and there's a line on the right. There's a gentleman that was elderly behind the lady. So she's in the corner. And if you look at the menu, it's like 60 things on that menu. So who is this man? He's on the left side. He's not in line. How do we even know if he was a paying customer? We don't know nothing about this guy other than that he's yelling at her about her own food and her ordering. Now, if she told her son, listen, I'm in trouble, you can bring in the Pope, bring in the weapon, right? If she told him that, she didn't say when he got in, shoot him. She said, go back to the car. So in defense of this woman, which I would represent her if I was an attorney, she would be not guilty, and so would the son. And they need to check out that restaurant. Maxwell's using her house. She lived in West Pullman. That's where this restaurant is. That's open at night. They get all this type of traffic, black people's money, and they're standing back there being Korean, getting our money with no security, taking that money, making people wait in these long lines with one exit. So as far as them pursuing him outside, well, there was one exit. The man ran first, and there was a man behind him. There was 3 people in line. First person ran, the man ran on camera, Then she had to go out that door, and the other son was at the other side. So it looks like the aggressor, the one that is now deceased, had to get out the door wobbling because he was shot, right? So how do we know what happened outside? It's not on video. I mean, we're assuming all this stuff, and it's like, why we're blaming this lady who got hit? Now we hear 4 times. I'm not feeling that at all. I'm feeling he made a mistake. He beat one night.
Casey?
Hello?
There, the part on outside of the establishment is on, I think it's on a lot of news sites, including 5 Chicago, if you want to check that out. I'm going to say this
I'm
much.
from Chicago. I'm going to tell you about media in Chicago and the last mayor and the new mayor. The police do not like the black mayors that have been elected there, period.
Well, I'm talking about
they didn't
video.
think the black mayor was going to get in. So it's 30
No, I'm
minutes,
just
40 minutes
referencing
on the
the
south
video
side for
outside
the
the
police to come to
establishment.
the scene. What?
I'm referencing the video outside the establishment. It's on the news sites. It
Right,
looks like
you
it's
see that,
unedited.
but you don't see him. You don't see him getting shot.
Right, you're right. You
You're
don't
just
see him get shot. You
assuming
just
that
see them
he got
fleeing the
shot.
scene. You just see
Yeah,
him
you
fleeing
see
the
them
scene.
leaving, but you don't see him getting shot or being pursued outside. That's what the
Well, do
media
you
is saying.
believe that he was not pursued outside?
I believe everybody exited that building except for the people in the kitchen. And whatever happened outside, we need to see it before we talk about it. We can't assume that we are a certain tribe of people that don't make sense. We make sense. That woman didn't come in there with a gun. She came to order some food for her family, and this blank hit her 4 times. What did he expect to do? Was he going to hit the older black man next? Because he's sitting on the left side? Did he place an order? What do we know about? What was he in there for? And the girl pushing him on.
So you're saying
who
that,
is she, a cheerleader?
and you're making a valid point that could be argued in court with both Carlishia and her 14-year-old son's attorneys, that they didn't pursue him outside and they didn't pow him more, and that all of that
Right, and
because
she
we
told
don't.
him go back to the car. She didn't say shoot him. He just hit me. Did you hear that? No.
Well,
So
and
what is
that
the
goes
media
for.
trying to do to us again? We're in
And that goes
Roseland.
for that
Roseland
goes
is the
for the
most
court
violent
system to
area in
decide.
Chicago.
Well, all that was
So
in
all we
all that was in the police documents.
Well, the police are crooked in Chicago. How long we got to know that?
Okay, but
They didn't do
312, that's your belief. So people are going based off of the documents. So it's 2 different belief systems.
So I'm just saying we have to be careful with Chicago. They didn't do anything for the 4 years of the other black mayor, and now they're mad.
So when you say it was no text, so how was it that her 14-year-old son comes up there with the gun in the restaurant if it was no text?
Okay, if you look at them drive in, right, they got 2 flags on both sides of the car, right? They pull up, right? And you see the mother in the car with them, and she gets out like a normal person to go in the restaurant. That's the first video clip they showed. And then you see the argued phone, do you? Nope, not on the video. You just see the little kid come to the door, and I'm going to make a point here, come to the door with his hands in his pocket, and then he sees something, and then he struggles with the gun in his pocket. I believe, obviously, he saw his mother getting hit.
So
he
went in there on his own with the gun on his own. That's what you're saying?
We don't know is what I'm saying. We do not know.
Okay, so if you don't know, how could you tell me what's not and what's is if you don't know?
No, I'm saying we should also think we do not know because we didn't see it.
I understand that, but we're going based off, some of us, because you're not, you're going to go based off of, you don't want to know anything until, I guess, you see some more proof, but some people are going based off the transcripts. And so, you, like I said, you have 2 different perspectives. Now, her relatives have a different perspective. So, of course, we'll just have to wait and to see what more comes out the pipeline. But
go ahead. Don't you find it strange that the video only shows clips similar to Shanquella? They only show you what they want you to see. Surely there's more on that camera. She was coming out the car.
But
Surely
they
he
might
was
not
shot outside.
release
How
that to
come
the
we didn't
general
see
public and save that for trial. They might not. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a possibility
But
a
why
lot
are
of
they
it's
showing us
withheld.
pieces? Why are they showing us pieces just to incriminate her?
Well, it's
Think
not
about
about incriminating. It's just they're showing us everything except for maybe
what we
something
need to see.
gruesome. But well, and I understand that as far as going to trial and getting that piece of it. Maybe GIGI will do a follow-up after trial's over with and we get a verdict unless they do a plea deal. But in my opinion, when it comes to like having this discussion for this live stream, we got to go with what's available to us and kind of have the discussion based off of that.
Right, we're having a discussion based on difference of opinion. I get it, but I just want to open up the door. There's people in the group typing innocent, not guilty, and it seems like we're leaning on her making decisions for her son. And when it's right on that video, he had the gun in his pocket until he's seen something with his eyes. You could see him see something, then he pulled the gun out. You never heard her say, shoot him. That's my point. And we don't see any of the stuff on video, what they're putting on record to the media. And you got to be careful in Chicago, calling the gang city, this and this. Just get used to Chicago being violent because they're painting that picture of a city that's one of the largest cities that makes money for black people. There's no black people behind that counter in that restaurant.
I'm not in Chicago, but I do talk to people from Chicago, and they will even tell you it's dangerous. You know, so it's coming from their mouth.
If you don't have a police force that blocks, if you don't have a police department that's been years of not working with black people, they're not coming to this restaurant in 5 minutes. They're going to come in 35 minutes or 45. And she's living in that neighborhood. She knows that. Don't even come. You call forever, they're not there. Or they don't come
but
at all.
But she wasn't carrying
the
pow pow.
She had the gun in her car. She was carrying it.
It's got to be on her person for it to
Nobody
be
was
used.
in her car. We don't know.
It's not on
her
person. It's not on her person.
Right, she didn't go in there to get beat either. She went in to eat, not to get beat. So what are we saying there? She's supposed to carry it in the restaurant?
Yeah, if it's that damn dangerous, you better carry that shit wherever you go, because you know them hood rats going to be at that damn restaurant acting a damn fool. You better carry that pow at the Walmart. Right. You better carry the pow when you get out to punch your gas. If it's that dangerous and you're going to have that gun and you're going to shoot and that's how you are, then I would think that you will have it always. I know these niggas out in these different cities, they carry the pow in their grandma's house, in the cousin house. They don't leave it outside. I said, why you so damn paranoid, nigga? You know, this is just a house. They talking about, you just never know.
Huh? It's in your video. They said she lived in West Pullman. That's where this restaurant is. I'm sure it's not the first time she's been there.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just talking about
eatery.
You're talking about the city of Chicago being very dangerous.
No, you guys said that. I said they paint it that way. And you said
but you said the reason why she have the gun because it's very dangerous and the police are not going to get there. So you know you need the gun. So you are justifying it's a good thing to have to.
Do not show. They don't show up. They do not show up.
So do you advise people in Chicago to have a gun or not?
Yes, have a gun with you. Yes.
So you're for the gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Say that?
You're for the gun. You don't want to get guns off the street.
These days, everybody's shooting. If you don't get a gun these days in any city, you're at a disadvantage.
Right. So when that mentality, now I'm not for guns like that, but in that mentality, I would think that you would have a gun when you're going to restaurants and when you're going to Walmarts or gas stations because you know that's where it's going to get bucked at. What's the point of having a gun if you're going to keep it in the car all the time?
Okay, because she did have one in the car, and if she did text him, I'm saying if, allegedly, she texted him or they have some type of code, whatever way he got in there and put it in his pocket, and stood by the door. Let's give him fair credit. He stood by that door till he saw something. Then he got it out of his pocket. It's not like he came in there banging and shooting. That's not what happened. He watched at that door for a few seconds, and then he saw something happen to his mother and took it upon himself to shoot. She never said shoot. Never did she say that. She said, go back to the car. That's what she said. And she should be free just like her son. And the maniac that has a record of beating people, well, he met the wrong one. That's all I have to say.
All right. All right. Thank you for calling in. All right. So we do have some other callers. I'm going to look in the comment section and just read some. I just brought my niece a pow pow. Okay, where'd it go? Here in North Carolina, everyone carries now, and you go ahead and walk up on someone crazy and find out. I know everybody crazy. I'm not for the pow pow. So Gigi, it's logical to assume she thought Jeremy was running to his. Okay, the comment's going too damn fast. I can't read it. But I would want all the guns to be off the streets. That's just mine. It's not a popular opinion. But let's continue on. Calling from 323. You're live on the air. 323.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm well. Yeah, I want to say hello to you and hello to your guest that's on the guide. The mother does have a The mother does have a concealed carry weapons license, so she was legal to carry. She has on a sundress that had no pockets, so I would guess that'd be why that she didn't bring it into the establishment with her. But she's totally legal to carry.
Okay. Anything
that's
else you
verifiable
wanted to add?
Yeah, that's verifiable.
Oh, yeah, I knew that one. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just letting him know.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, just this coming out that they held this information for so long, the police held this, I'm pretty sure that they came in and got all of the surveillance from inside of the establishment at the beginning, and they held it. And this is even from the patron in line, for it to come out for, a week and a half later. So I'm just wondering, why are they hiding? Why are they, painting this narrative that she was this dictator, Griselda Blanco, ordering her son to carry out her dastardly deeds? And, they put this out, but without putting out the surveillance from inside the establishment. I just don't know where this is going. They gave her a $3 million bond, and the son doesn't even have a bond yet. And it's just so weird to me. It's kind of like Laquan McDonald over again. The scrubbing of information, the hiding of information. I just don't like it. It's dangerous. We're in a dangerous place now.
They don't want to taint the jury pool.
Yes, it's tainted when you say that the mother ordered something that she didn't clearly on this audio that was on this tape. She didn't order anything. Actually, she told him to go back to the car, as in stand down. I don't know if you're, military or JROTC or anything like that. But yeah, that was not an order or summons for him to come with anything. Actually, she told him to retreat, in other words.
Well, I used to be an Army officer, but that's beside the point. So I agree with you that
is the point. That is the point.
So I do agree with you. She's licensed to carry.
Did you just find this out in the last 2 minutes?
No, she's licensed to carry. I'm just saying that she
I
didn't have
the whole audio from when you started. You said that she was not. I can replay it for you here if you want.
Well, I misspoke then because she, according to what I have in front of me, she's licensed to carry.
Okay.
But she didn't have the firearm on her. Well, okay, I apologize if I said that she was not licensed to carry. I'm saying now she's licensed. She's licensed to carry based off of what I'm reading, but she did not have the firearm on her person.
Okay. And
so
you're
her
allowed
being licensed
because in any state, your automobile is an extension of your person. So she's allowed to keep that in her automobile, and that's considered still to be her property.
That is true. And so the reason why I say she's licensed to carry and she could lawfully carry the firearm, the son had access to it.
Okay.
And that's why he's being charged with what he's been charged with. We'll go through the whole the whole gamut.
That's fine.
But
you
for
know,
her,
when you say that you spent a whole hour saying that she wasn't, and that she ordered this, and this, that, and the other, dastardly, you know, that's kind of like tainting the jury pool in itself in an hour, along with the last week and a half of what has been, you know, we've been inundated with. So, you know, letting the surveillance out from the establishment, I don't see how that could be any more, you know, troublesome.
All I'm saying is I agree that
have to wait on other people's
let me say this. Let me say this. The son, I agree with the son using deadly force in defense of his mother. I do agree with that. And she and also Carlishia Hood had a right to defend herself because Jermey Brown was pummeling her. Based off of the news reports, if what they're saying is true, and Jermey Brown was pursued outside, and the son continued to pow him. Now that's where they go from being in defense mode to pursuing an aggressor.
They or he?
Well, both Carlishia Hood and the 14-year-old son.
But only one person holds the gun.
Right, but if what the news reports are saying is true, and Carlishia Hood was ordering him to finish the job and ordering him to go after Jermey Brown's girlfriend, then they're in the wrong.
Okay, so I guess we'll trust the police to let that surveillance out that they didn't let out as of now. But I'm just stating my perceptions. I think that this is just dangerous. Are we gonna have to wear body cams now? Am I gonna have to buy Google Glass? Like what's going on? It's just a narrative. I think since 2020, the pendulum has swung too far, and now children and unarmed black women have become enemy of the state when it comes to, I hate to say it, a certain population. And it's scary. It's scary. I know it. There's a lot of dollars involved with black bodies of certain, gene pools or whatever. But it's just scary. It's just, I just don't like it.
So, do you feel that black men are attacking black women? Is that what you're trying to say?
I do.
And do you feel the government is trying to set black women up, or?
I think there are entities, not necessarily just government. I think that there are left-wing entities that may have infiltrated government to some, degree.
So you on the right party.
There's a lot of money. We saw the money that was raised with, 2020.
So you on the right? Political. You said left, so I'm assuming you.
Yeah, I'm a conservative. I'm a moderate conservative leaning.
Republican.
Moderate conservative leaning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. It just brings a little, off to me when I just see this narrative. It's just like it's not a good thing. Women and children should be safe. Women and children should be able to eat at an establishment. Women and children should be able to wear sundresses and not have to carry a strap on their a holster. I just
Yeah, I hear
Let me ask you this: do you think the establishment?
Go ahead, Casey.
Do you think the establishment should provide security?
It wouldn't hurt, but I don't think that that's their responsibility. I think that if things happen and surveillance video is available and certain parts are leaked out, the entirety should be leaked out. And the entirety should be, put forth in the media, not certain alleged accusations, assertions, and things of that nature. Because we've been going on this for like 9 days now, and now this comes out.
All right. Well, I'm sure more stuff is going to come out. I'm sure this probably going to draw out for a very while. So we just have
Yeah.
to see what
And
comes
yeah, and I
down
know
the
where
pipe.
they are. They are in Chicago, so I'm not, yeah. But yeah, just let the truth be known.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling in. We're going to let you go at this moment. Calling from Casey, you doing all right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Any thoughts or anything that you want to say before I go on to the next caller?
I think it's okay for Carlishia Hood to be a firearm owner. It's just unfortunate that it wasn't at arm's length for her to use it to defend herself. And my heart goes out to everybody involved because a lot of people, Jermey Brown lost his life and he's the instigator. And Carlishia Hood and her son have to deal with this. I just wish the establishment would have had security there. And I think things would have been different and would have been a safer environment, and it wouldn't have escalated to Jermey Brown being able to be aggressor or whatever.
Now, how are we going to get more Jermey Browns off the street?
Well, Jermey Brown, unfortunately, has to assault someone, and I think people should work with law enforcement
Who raising
if they
fucking
see
Jermey
something.
Brown? That's who raised him.
The hood, the environment's raising them.
Well, they're gonna protect the
there's
hood,
men in the-
so I'm gonna leave out. I left
They
the
are.
hood, and I'm not coming back to the damn hood. So,
None of us are.
Well, some people like the hood. So I don't want to. I ain't trying to have hood roars. I don't know. I'm iffy because Let me shut the fuck up. Okay. Thank you. Now we talking who raised them. For him, it was just another victim, and you are right with being a black woman. Free the mom and son. I don't care about anything else. Child, I can't stand the hood. I like some stuff about the hood, but the hood mentality of not being just like that Jocelyn, and y'all like her ass. To me, that shit was so hood, how she just went and just knocked everybody out. But guess what? People love it. Zeus Network, loving hip hop, all that fighting. That's that hood shit, but y'all love the shit. So, what are we talking about? Y'all love the hood shit. I don't. I can't stand it. I don't like all that.
Right.
It doesn't take all that. You can live a nice, peaceful life without all the fighting, without the degrading each other with your words, without the threats. Can't they live amongst each other without all of that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that people want to get loud and get rude.
It can all be so simple.
Yep.
The
Exactly.
things. That's Lauryn Hill, y'all. It could all be so simple. But y'all rather make it hard. Ooh, didn't she say the truth? It could be so simple, but y'all rather make it hard. Why? Because you want attention? I don't know.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think so. They just want attention, just want to be seen. Friend. His girlfriend egging it on. Bitch, you could have ceased this shit. Why you mad, ho? Because he went upside your head, so you want his ass to take it out on another girl. Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
Pretty much.
Do you feel
Yep, the
that
girlfriend's
way?
no better than Cardi B.
Because hello, Cardi B. Okay? And don't Cardi B, don't she get other people to hit other women?
Yep.
Wow.
See, basically, Jermey Brown was nothing more than an attack dog.
Right.
Jermey Brown basically was taking orders from somebody else. So everybody's giving these orders. And Jermey Brown's an attack dog because a lot of people, they like a thug, they like a gangbanger, they like someone who's like Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yeah, that shit
as long as they can
on.
control them.
They turn them out.
Right. As long as they can control him and stick him on other people, they no longer, works. So I haven't really heard anybody mention that the girlfriend is really the one that instigated this whole thing.
Yeah, I think that a girlfriend, possibly she could have just, like, babe, you don't have to go there. Let me give you some head right now. Shit, I'm thinking,
Right. It would have been a different night.
hood niggas, goddamn, just say, baby, I give you some head. Calm down. Goddamn. Let this girl breathe, baby. Okay? Or just ask the girl, say, excuse me.
If he put his hands on her, though.
Huh?
But see, the girlfriend would have offered Jermey Brown head if he would have put his hands on Carlishia. That's how she would have rewarded him.
What?
So, yeah, you're right. The girlfriend could have had the better mind and been like, hey, I'm going to give you some if you just calm down. And he would have calmed down. He would have been straight.
You see them hood rat hoes. I can't deal with them.
Right.
It remind me of Jocelyn and her man, because they said Jocelyn be hyping her man up to hit other women, whatever. But I just wish the girlfriend was not that type of person and just try to calm certain things down, or got in the middle of it and say, nah, baby, you're not going to do this. Nah, leave her alone, Or I could have asked the girl, say, hey, my man kind of crazy. Do you mind if we get in front of you real quick? Because we know what we want, and I know you're taking your time, but we in a rush for whatever reason. Why can't y'all have that damn mentality? Why can't you do that, huh? Why? Why can't you just, it should just be so damn simple.
Right. Have them call in and answer that, GG. Have them call in and answer that.
I don't feel like arguing nobody. It's too late.
Me neither.
Yeah, it is. But I'm not a confrontational person for real. So I choose not to put myself in a situation where I got to argue with everybody.
90 seconds.
Explain too much. But I do like role playing. The only time I like to argue and do all that is when I'm role playing, when it's an act. But real life, I'm not going. I don't like drama for real. I want to look at the comment section. Well, shit, it's not about 2A. I've always been that way when I was a child. I was not confrontational.
Okay.
I was debatable. I do like to debate, but
60 seconds.
My debatable is such as having a conversation, disagreeing, but it's civil. It's not us arguing or belittling each other or taking different shots that have nothing to do with the topic. I've always been interested in debates. So let me look at the comment. Is it confirmed? There's
nothing wrong with, living a soft girl life all your life. I think that's great.
Agree.
Resting in your femininity, that's great.
The girlfriend sat there and watched the attack on Miss Hood, and now she's boyfriendless. I'm sure that the girlfriend is happy that he is no longer there. The girlfriend was the witness that gave the outside story online to the police. I wonder how he likes her now. It's sad that the last caller had to call y'all out for you both to be. The son is the victim. 30 seconds. Oh, okay. So we're going to answer everybody that called in, so don't you worry. So arguing is not worth it. Protect your peace and walk away. I'm with you. That's how I feel. Pray about it. Pray about it. Okay. And Skinny T, don't ever disrespect me like that, ho. You will get blocked. Okay. But yeah, pray about it. Use your spiritual mindset. I don't know. Okay. So let's continue on with more callers. Soccer doesn't mean a punching bag. No, I don't put myself in situations to get punched. But let's continue on. Calling from 773. You're live on the air. 773. 773. Okay, we're gonna let you go. 773. Are they sleeping? Okay. Have anybody ever been in a situation close to that? What, I forgot her name, Miss Hood. Have anybody ever been in a situation close to Miss Hood? Press 2. have you ever had your life threatened before, KC, in public?
I have. And when it comes to like man on man, I look at him, can I take him? If the answer is no, then I'm going to try to like, break contact with him and get away. But if he's coming at me, I'm going to defend myself. But if I feel like, I can't stop him from his advance, then I'm going to just, pick up something or break contact and leave and get out of that situation. That's what I've done in the past, and I'm here. Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we had a few people in the comment section said they've been in a situation in public which was life threatening. Okay. One thing that was close life threatening to me was I was at Chase Bank, and two guys came up on me and they put the pow in my stomach, and they told me to empty it out. And I did just that. I ain't talked back. I ain't questioned. And they said thank you. And then after that, I ran to the McDonald's and I said, call the police, oh God, call the police. Police came and they took the damn statement. And then Chase gave me my money back the next day.
Hey, that's a success story right there.
I'm not about to fight them no ghosts, okay? Okay, right. So let's keep on going on. Calling from 732. You're live on the air. 732.
Hi, Gigi. How you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to say thank you. I'm glad you're doing well. So, Casey, how about you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for calling.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say a few things. I'll try to keep it short. I have a son and a daughter. They both are licensed to carry. I don't have a record, but have been in the situations that you said. Like I just posted one time when I was 18, a man slapped me in a football game, and I didn't even know him. At that day, I did nothing. I did nothing because I was 17, 18. But when I turned 19 and I did have two small children, it wasn't a pow. It was like a poke you thing. I don't know what to say that way. But I thought that I was defending myself. And in New Jersey, there's no self-defense law. And there were 3 people at my house, and I didn't have a phone, so they were going to attack me. I knew we were going to get into it. I just wanted to get my children upstairs, which I had to back upstairs. My children were 4 and 5 at that time. And I knew the people. I knew them. But there was 3. I didn't make the right decision. I'm 50. And it held me back from a lot of things. It's my only one charge, but I poked the one person in the hand when they went to swing it. Once I got into my apartment, and I lived in the hood of Asbury Park. I don't know if you guys know it. When the police came, and they're outside, they telling me to come down. They're like, there's still 3 people. This girl said you poked her. I'm using that word, but it was like a cut. And I, not knowing because I'm 19, never been in trouble. Yeah, I did, because they were going to, jump me. And I'll do it again. And the officers, mind you, in that area are my color and everything. So it wasn't going to be like the police were. So the one man comes up, a couple of them come up and they look at my children and they say, and the one officer said, well, you could have called the police. I said, I don't have a phone. He's saying the pay phone. Basically, it was confusing to me, like, so getting to the pay phone. Then he said, by your own admission, you said yes, and I'll do it again. And I did.
I think it's cool that you're introducing something anecdotal, but do you have anything as far as the situation with Carlishia Hood or an opinion on that?
Because I'm just saying, so where I'm about to come from. If we don't know if the gun was the mother gun. No, I'm not on no side, but I'm a mother with a son, and my son has a gun license, is what I'm saying. If I was to direct my son to get his gun, he wouldn't. Because he's very, calm. He wouldn't want to know why. But do we, like they said, to me from the video, it looked as though the son was going to check on the mother, like she probably taking long. But he holding his hands in his pocket, no offense, like he probably owns his own gun. And it is Chicago, like they saying. It is, an area where everybody probably has a gun.
Yeah, but that wasn't his gun. Didn't they say that was the mama gun? That was the registered?
Gigi, this is what I'm saying. They saying it was the mother gun. But I'm from a rough area.
But you think they lying about that too?
Why did they leave the scene? I'm thinking because y'all left. And the mother, don't get now, I'm going to say this about the mother and the son, and I don't have nothing against none of them. Where I'm from, I've seen boys, pow people, and the mother say, not my son, including one of my cousins because he's a gang member, but God rest him. And his mother kept saying, well, why would they do that to him? She didn't even know that my cousin was in the gang. But some mothers out here know their sons is in the gang, and like Casey said, he's probably the provider of the home because we're the father. We don't know the mother and son relationship, what she condoned and what she don't. But I'm thinking to me, the son went to go check on the mother. Now, like Casey said, when you see somebody hitting your mother, he looked like that was his own gun. And I ain't trying to be funny because he looked around a little. He got to do it. Now, the mother wrong after it took place because she should have been there. You would think she would be like, oh, my God, you had to shoot him and been looking much, Thank God the son didn't shoot the other girl, but we don't know the circumstances as far as the son. Is he an AV student or is he from, following land? Because the kids is following everybody. I know people that don't believe something have those. Like, girl, I found a gun in my son's drawer.
All right. Well, I thank you so. I thank you so much, Colin. 732. I appreciate it. We're gonna let you go. So we do have some other callers that we want to push through. Colin and I'm sorry for everybody that was not able to get through the phone line. I apologize about that. And I know some people are complaining in the comment section. They said, "Listen, I've been holding for too long. I can't do it no more." I do apologize. Colin from 574. You're live from the air.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I've been holding for a while, but I just been trying to be patient.
That is not my intention.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This is a horrible situation, and I've been sitting here listening. And obviously, as a parent, that a lot of people gonna have different views and opinions, and rightfully so. So I tried, as I'm listening, I'm trying to put myself in this woman's shoes and in this situation. And I'm just going to say this, women going in places, late like that and, dangerous areas, if she's from that area and she should know that neighborhood or whatever. If I was in there, like, you got to look around in your surroundings and you got to, try to have a clear mind.
Mm-hmm.
The moment I would have recognized that this deceased man was, coming like that, I wouldn't have stayed in there. There's no restaurant or place that you're going to go in and get in line for food that once you get in line, you automatically locked in. No, I would have been just decided, okay, you know what, I can get some food somewhere else. I'm going to exit out of here because I would have been thinking about my safety and my peace, and I also would have been thinking about I got a child out there. So to me, the mother definitely made some mistakes. She didn't even need to stay there and argue with him. We have to stop, as women, we have to stop trying to act like we so tough. I'm going to stand up to you, nigga, I don't care who you is, I got a right to be. Okay, that's fine, but you got to think about your safety and your peace. You don't stand there and argue with somebody. You got to recognize when a person is ignorant, so you think about your safety and your peace. It would have been nothing stopping me from walking right out of that restaurant and let my son, okay, let's get out of here. Let's go, get something to eat somewhere else because somebody in there acting crazy. That should have never went that far. The time she spent texting, that's time she could have been exiting that restaurant. First of all, that's just my opinion. Secondly, since she did not do that, I don't know if she texted her son or not, or he just came to the door. However it happened, he ended up, pow-powing the guy, whatever. Then for the mother to... they saying that she gave him orders to go out and finish him off and all of that. Like, she wasn't thinking about her child. Like, why are you incriminating him, bringing him into that situation? To me, in my opinion, because everybody don't agree, that should have never went that far. None of that should have. And then as far as the lady or the girlfriend that she want the son to hurt because she was laughing and egging on, that would have been in one ear, not the other. To me, she would have been irrelevant. You don't decide to take something in your hands because you don't like that somebody was egging something on or laughing it on. This situation should have been about her safety and her own protection and her peace of her and her child. Ain't no food in nobody's restaurant that serious, my life, obviously that man that was unalive, that's probably who he is. I'm sure that's probably not his first time doing that. And sometimes, people do things and it eventually catch up with them. I hate that happened to him, but, that stuff like that happens all over the world. I'm not trying to be condescending of the woman because I don't know her mindset. I don't know her situation. But as women, we have to be, more cautious. We have to think, and especially when we have our children with us and our children around us. I don't care if it's Chicago or if it's New Hampshire. Doesn't make a difference what the city is, what color you are. We have to use common sense. And I just feel like the mom did not think clearly and just made some poor choices. And it's very unfortunate. And she put that son, in a situation. That's just the way I see it.
Now, I got something to say. I agree with some stuff you say. Then the other stuff you say, I'm like, I don't know, child. I do think it plays a major part, the location that you live in. I think culture is different, because you say it doesn't matter where you are. I think it matters where you are. Like, I haven't lived in the hood in a long, long time, so... And I hear that in New York, they say, girls in New York are really, really tough because that's their environment. And they talk to men any type of way and they get in the faces and stuff. And see, I wasn't raised like that and I ain't used to see that. So, but that's their culture and that's how it is. And I don't know that. So I don't know, but I definitely think it matters. And I think from what I'm hearing is, in order to be a woman in those tough areas, you have to, stand tough with these niggas. If you, I guess they're trying, they say if you weak, them niggas will punk your ass out, and nobody would do nothing. That's why I guess more women feel like they need to, have the power and stand 10-toe to let these niggas know, hey, I'm not going to fold. And at the end of the day, in this situation, it was the man that got taken out. Now, usually in the past, it will always be women taken out. So these girls in these communities, I said, I don't want to die. I'd rather live in prison and take out these niggas than anything else. So, that's a lie. Not all New York women are great. Now, I didn't say all New York. I said this is what I heard about New York people. I don't live in New York, okay? But y'all heard about that? Have y'all heard about that shit before? Comment, let us know. Shit, you said goddamn Cardi B. But nah, have you guys ever heard this theory since whatchamacallit want to say some shit in the chat room? Have y'all ever heard that the New York girls in certain places are real tough and they talk really aggressive to men, and that's just how they are? Everybody knows it's not the whole New York, God damn it. Okay? Press 1 if you heard that or you know about that because you from that. Press 8 if you've never heard of that. Shit. I got people from New York calling and telling me all types of shit about New York and their living. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm not New York.
Yeah. I guess, but
and the
Gigi,
phone is not working.
What...
Get a clue because the phone lines have shut down. So I apologize. I can try to reopen it if you guys want me to, but right now I want to get all these phone calls out before. And I would say this on the flip side. Hold on the flip side. I was raised traditional, very conservative. Like my father, when I'm around my father, he won't allow me to go out at night. I say, I'm hungry. I'm going to leave. He say, no, you're not. What you want? Tell me what you want and I'll go. You're not going outside. My mom, he would never... He's never allowed my mom to go out at night. Well, he always going to drive her around. He always open the door, close the door. That's just traditional. That's just how we've always been. So he does that because he knows the dangers outside, and
That's
he
right.
knows that
That's
it's
right.
more dangerous for black women. So he is the protector.
Yes.
And if anything happens,
Yes.
he rather for it to happen on his time when he's out there. But he's not going to allow
Right.
anybody in his household to leave the house
Mm-hmm.
at a period of time to go anywhere for food or anything. He will always say, I
Mm-hmm.
will get it for you. Don't you worry.
I wish we had more men like your father. We just really, but thank you, Gigi. Thank you for taking my call. I enjoy your show. I listen to you all the time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you too. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
you have a good night. Thank
You too. So okay, y'all, no slander of nobody, okay? If I see it, I'm going to block you. Okay, that's your family, but that's not an option for others. Of course, I was just telling her a different side. That's all I was doing. Calling from 443. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Talk to me. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts is that once he started popping off, I would have left. Ain't no food that important. Once I felt the atmosphere, I would have been out of there. And if he would have hit me, even if I had a gun on me, I would have called the police. No. And, we have a license to carry all day long. My son had a license to carry. It doesn't mean you're going to get out the situation. My son was defending himself, and a guy stabbed him in the head a couple times and was coming at him again to stab him in the head, and he's still in jail.
Casey, what's your thoughts about that?
My heart goes out to you, caller, and what your family experienced and everything, and maybe what you experienced as well. I'd like to ask you, what would you have done if you were Carlishia Hood?
I would have left. And if he would have hit me, if he wouldn't, I probably would have been knocked out, actually. And I used to be a police officer, but right now I'm 25, and, he had to put his house up and everything. He had just bought a house. But I wouldn't have called none of my children in there. I probably wouldn't have went to the restaurant. I would have got delivery, first of all, because it's nighttime. You're in a bad neighborhood.
So I believe I heard you said you had a background in law enforcement. Is that true?
Yes.
Did I hear right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind touching on the aspect of like the Second Amendment as far as owning a pow pow? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, well, she had the pow pow in her car. The vehicle is an extension of herself. I believe that a pow pow needs to be on your person. From a law enforcement standpoint, can you give like clarification on your stance on that?
Well, my clarification, by me being in Maryland, you have the right to retreat. And also, just because you have a license to carry, and like when my son, he did have a license to carry, he also could have it in his vehicle if he's in the vehicle. If he's not in the vehicle, it can't be in the vehicle. Reason why, and most states are like this, is because kids break into vehicles. And that's most states. And when they break into vehicles, that's how they get illegal guns.
Yes, they do.
So do you believe that?
I'm sorry. Somebody just told me that, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
so if people are going to have the pow pow, like, should they have it on their person? Like, do you believe that Carlishia Hood should have had And I just want to say this,
and if you don't have it on your person, when you get out your vehicle and you go in your house, you take it in the house, you put it in the safe.
And I have two more questions for you. Well, I have two more. I have one question for you and a statement. I'm going to say this does not constitute legal advice. This is for entertainment purposes only. So
right.
my next question or last question would be, so do you think it'd be wise? I'm sure you've viewed suspects going through the trial process and seeing that outcome and different things. In your opinion, do you think it would be wise for Carlishia Hood and her son to fight this, take a plea deal, or do you think Carlishia Hood should sort of fall on her own?
They should. People, like, even with what I'm going, this just happened to me, Easter. This happened Easter. So I'm still dealing with it. And, like, as a mother, that's the thing that we don't do. We don't think about other people's problems. I cry every day about other people that I had never met before. I think about people's problems that I don't know, never met, never will meet, people that's no longer here. I cried and prayed about the young man that stabbed my son in the head, and prayed for his family, and as well as mine, of course. And my son thinks about it too. He doesn't want to do that. He tried to retreat every way he could. Now, with this situation, she should, as a mother, take that hit and let her son live his life, because at the end of the day, you got to be a mother first. Especially if what I'm going by, she called her son in there. If that's what the report says.
Yeah, that's what the reports say.
I mean, I wouldn't have called my son in there at all. I wouldn't have. No, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, thank you for your call and your expertise. I just want to say there's 1,015 people watching and only 684 likes. If we can get the likes up, also support GIGI through Cashapps, which is $PinkLips500. Also super chat and join her channel membership, even though she's shy about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, hit the like button.
Thank you. Hit that like
Y'all
button.
have a good night.
You too. We appreciate you calling. Okay, calling from 321. You're live on the air. 321.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Talk to me. What's your thoughts?
I think the whole situation is really sad. But if I was in the lady's position, I would have stood up for myself as well. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't run away. And yeah, I would entertain him if he's like arguing with me, but I would stand up for myself.
Can you go into that? What you trying to say? So you would say, okay, so okay, he says, if you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. What you gonna do?
I would have said one more thing.
Okay, and then he repeated again because he said it twice. Okay, if you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out.
I would just stand up for myself,
and
I wouldn't call my kid into it.
Right, but why would you go back and forth with him? You see the man is loony. Why would you entertain crazy?
I don't know.
Why? Why entertain crazy?
I'm not
I
gonna,
see crazy niggas like a pit
entertain
bull.
But
if a pit bull is growling at me, do you think I'm gonna growl back? Hell no. I'm going in a damn house. You can have it. I'm not gonna growl back with a pit bull.
She's licensed to carry.
Huh?
She's licensed to carry.
Yes,
and
she is.
Has a gun. If he is about to hit her, or if he's hitting her, I would have ran out and got my gun. That's just me personally.
You would have ran out in the car and got your pow, then ran back in and shoot him.
I mean, wouldn't he chase her if he's beating her? If he's beating on her?
Maybe if she would have left.
So the footage was.
I don't know. I don't think he will follow her
of the inside
and to whoop her ass, keep whooping her ass till she outside. I don't know.
I don't know if the footage was released from inside, like when he was hitting her, like if he was stopping her from leaving or what. Because why would she call her son in if?
No, he wasn't stopping her from leaving. She was taking too long to order, and he was in a rush. And he was like, ma'am, can you please hurry up and order? Stop talking. Just shut up and order. Shut up and order. And she kept on talking back to him, and he felt like challenged. He felt challenged.
Okay, that's different. I thought like he's attacking her and he's not letting her leave, so she texted her son to come.
He wanted
I'm not
her
sure
ass
what
to go. But she was taking she was
okay,
trying to
then that's
decide
different.
what she wanted to eat, and she was taking too long.
Okay, yeah. Then if she had the opportunity to leave, she should have left. But if he was holding her there, trying to
No, he
beat her,
wasn't holding her.
That's
He
different.
wasn't holding her.
Okay then. Well, I don't know why she would call her son in then if she wasn't being held captive by him. I don't really
guess
get
she
that part.
said that she not gonna be a hoe today. You're not gonna hold me. You're not gonna punk me and tell me what to do.
Well, I get from like for years.
No, she don't know this
Then
man.
she got fed up.
She don't even know this man. This is their first time meeting at the
I thought it was
restaurant.
her ex. What the hell is going on?
Now, people have been saying that he had a history of beating women, and I'm gonna be frank
So
with
it's not
you.
her
I think
ex?
no, this is a
they
stranger.
don't know each other.
This is a stranger.
What the hell? Okay, yeah, I don't see why that altercation escalated then. Because if they had a history,
It's hood
and I can
stuff.
understand she was about to shoot him, but it's a stranger.
They don't got no history.
logic.
This nigga is off the chain. Clearly, he don't got them all, girl. If you been around the hood, have you been around crazy niggas or homeless niggas that's just talking to themselves and cuckoo? Huh?
Yeah, I just moved to Tampa, so
Right.
yeah, there's a lot of
Okay,
them
y'all
here.
been around crazy people and they
There's a
get
lot.
loud and belligerent. I'm not going. Why would you go back and forth with
Yeah.
crazy? Let crazy
Yeah.
be crazy and go on about your day.
Yeah, I don't get it then, because I guess I didn't hear the full story because I came to the stream late, but I thought you guys were saying that that's her ex, and he's been beating on her. So that just changes everything for me. So
Yeah, that's
it's a
not
stranger.
her
I don't
ex.
see why she had to do that.
Now they did say his girlfriend was there, and while they were arguing back and forth and having this thing, the girl was laughing and kind of edging her boyfriend on to check her, or to go back and forth with her.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that changes my perspective on everything. Yeah.
All right, shout out to
I
Tampa.
wouldn't react
Did
like
y'all
that.
have some storms today?
Not today, but lately we have been having a lot.
Haven't it been a lot of storms? And do you notice the wind is just like all the time? It's so damn windy.
Yeah, because we're in hurricane season now, so it's like it's crazy weather.
Girl, I don't know. To me, I've never experienced this weather like this. This weather is different to me, in my opinion. But all right, thank you, 321. I appreciate you. We're gonna let you go at this time. Calling from 347. You're live on the air. 347.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you? I'm a New Yorker. I live in the BX, representing the BX Bronx. I have a lot of feelings about this. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. So I've witnessed. I tell the truth on both sides. What I've noticed, like in the black community, like the women will be sticking up with the women no matter the negative behavior. The men will be sticking up with the men no matter the negative behavior, and both be disingenuous and dishonest about the situations. One, I believe men should not hit women. Let's start from there. Men should not hit women unless a woman is putting him in danger via a weapon of some sort. He's protecting himself. I just want to start from there. Moving on, from my experiences of living in New York, of living in North Carolina, of being around women the majority of my life, I've seen women, black women, have been conditioned through their parents and their parents to have this thing where and I'm not speaking for all. It's
Now,
never
caller,
all.
before we continue to go down this road, I know you say you don't like the talk of this gender war stuff, but do you have anything to say about the incident with Jeremy Brown and Miss Hood?
Yeah, that's where I'm leading to. It's about having the last word. The When dealing with men, women know men are physically stronger, and it's like you mentioned about the dog, a growling dog. If he's growling, you'll be a fool to growl back at the dog or to antagonize the dog.
I say you wouldn't be a fool. I wouldn't do it. You can do what you want to.
Well, I'm
I'm not
saying
gonna
you'd
call
be a
nobody no
fool
fool.
to. Well, I'm saying that because I believe that this lady was a parent, and to me, I believe her number one goal should have been to protect her son, not put her son in harm's way. One, she did not know if this man had a weapon. She didn't know if the woman had a weapon. To get your child involved, a 14-year-old involved in a situation where you're not for sure what this man has on him, you're assuming. And I think that was wrong. Now, I led with no man should hit a woman. That goes without, I stand on that. However, we're living in a time where men aren't the men that were manning from 30 and 40 years ago, where they're taught by no means you don't hit a woman.
Now,
These men,
hold on, 347. As long as I've been on this planet Earth, men have always whooped women asses from the beginning of time.
Of course. Yes, I'm not saying they weren't, but the men from back in the day, there was more withholding of the violence.
Really? Because when I talk to my auntie and my granny, nah, that's not the narrative they paint.
Okay, I can respect that. I can see from my vantage point that men
That was the whole
are
point of the women's suffrage, because it was socially acceptable to mistreat women. That was the whole suffrage movement, feminism movement. That's what all that was about. But, not to be rude, but if you could stick to the facts of, Jeremy Brown and the Carlishia Hood situation, please.
Okay. To me, the facts are she put her son in harm's way by involving him in adult situation. I believe that the same way Jeremy could have walked away, she could have walked away as well. But both had to have the last word. And there's always someone better than you. You're never the baddest person. And I just think that it was foolish to put your son's life.
Well, in that case, when you say, somebody better than you, Jeremy got killed. So he didn't win that battle. He thought he was going to win that battle. Jeremy Brown did not see, nigga, this is your last seconds of life. How sad, how pitiful for you to go out like this when it could have been avoided. And then I say, Jeremy Brown, where are your friends? Where are your girlfriend? Girlfriend, what the hell is wrong with you? Your boyfriend could have still been alive if you would have told him, no, you're not going to argue with no girl. You're not going to hit her. Where the hell is you? If you care about this nigga, then why are you constantly pushing him in dangerous situation? Why are you constantly pushing him where he has to attack and argue with back and forth? Why ain't you, desensitizing, whatever they say, trying to water down the situation? His parents, his mama, his homeboys surround him. They say he's been beating on women since the day he was born, I guess. So if they would have been more strict, I would think, or maybe his ass need to go to get some damn therapy to say, hey, you have an anger problem. You need to control your anger. And if he would have got help with his anger, he could have still been here today. you know. So all that,
You're right.
you know, they showed him, but unfortunately, you can show him, but your ass gonna be rotting in jail, and who wants that? So it's sad either way. But I thank you
Right.
for 347. We're gonna let you go at that note. So I know a lot of you guys wanted to call in. And you can't call in no more. But KC, how you feeling? Do you think we should open the lines up again, or you gone, or how?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay,
I
you
think it's
here?
an interesting conversation.
Okay, well, I'm gonna open the line up again. So I'm gonna have to bump
Uh-oh,
you
let's
off.
do it.
I'm gonna have to bump you off.
Okay.
Okay, you gotta call me back.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try this
Okay.
number, but if this number does not work, I have to try another number. So all right, so I'm gonna take him off, and I'm gonna reopen up the line so you guys can call in. Okay, just give me 1 second, please. How you guys doing? Are you guys enjoying this live? If you are, please press 5 if you guys enjoying this live. I just want to thank you guys, everybody, for commenting. I thank you, everybody, for calling in. I thank our host, KC. I think KC brings a different dynamic, a different perspective to the conversation. So, you know, I know some people, you know, comment section, they don't like KC opinions, but I won't tolerate anybody being disrespectful to my co-host, because if I were to ever go to somebody else's YouTube channel, I would not want them to allow people in the comment section to talk shit about me and to say different stuff about me. So I'm not going to tolerate it if I have any YouTuber over here. And just like sometimes I got callers, y'all like to call in and name drop other YouTubers, please don't do that. Do not put me in a situation where shit can get misconstrued and people think that I have some. Stop it. Stop it. Okay? So I'm just going to keep on moving on. So I'm going to try and see what they say over here. Okay, they allow me to do it. Yeah, that's right, the EW. Be kind. There's nothing wrong with being kind. Okay? It's okay if you disagree with somebody. You don't have to do all the extras.
Start
You
your
don't
show
have
now,
to do that.
press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Your show is scheduled to start in 35 seconds.
All right, so it's going to start back in 35 seconds. So the number that you see on the screen will be the same number. Just have to make sure. We don't need... Well, you know what? Diva, I enjoy him as my co-host or co-host on this show. So
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And I think that's kind of bullshit.
Blog Talk Radio.
I would hate to be a co-host or a guest on somebody else's YouTube. And see, that's why I don't do that shit now. And then people in the comment section talking about something, well, I don't want GG as your co-host. Bitch. Look, you gotta be, come on. Y'all parents didn't teach y'all to be respectful when you have guests come over. You know? So we do have callers. KC, if you out there, if you can call back, we really appreciate it. Mama has to be sick, knowing her child is in custody. Okay, so Kenneth, if you want to call in, feel free to do so. Donovan said KC called back. I don't see his number on here. Maybe I should let me see. All right, so right now you guys can call in if you guys have something to say. All right, Casey, are you there?
I am.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to go on to the next caller, if that's okay. Calling from 925. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi. Hey, Casey. I love your show, girl.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hey.
And I love having that you have a co-host now. This is so great. Okay, so on topic, I don't really feel no ways about Jeremy. I feel like, is Blackistan. This is how people act and behave, and these are the consequences of those behaviors and actions. In regards to the lady who is the victim, I've seen people in the chat like, oh, it's late at night, you shouldn't be out. I understand Gigi was saying the same thing. Got that. I have men in my family, do the same thing. Like, oh, no,
Yeah,
I'll go get
I'm
it for
sorry to
you or
interrupt you,
whatever.
but I do feel that you have a right to go out as much as you want to. And even though I have a father that's traditional, it may be good at their house, when I'm at my parents' house. I argue. I'm like, no, I want to do it. Okay, well, I get a hotel then, because I don't want my father telling me and dictating me what I can do and what I can't do. So, like, when I'm at home by myself, he tells me don't go, but he can't control my ass. I got my own motherfucking place. I still go late at
Right.
night, and I don't listen to him. And they worry about me anytime I go out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys get on my damn. I don't want to tell you nothing, because you're gonna worry, and you're gonna, well, let's pray first. I don't want to pray with you right now. That's just gonna make me more paranoid. Why am I praying before we go out? And that's just traditional.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm for both parts, okay? I don't want people to think that I feel that women should not go out at night. You should, if that's what you want to
No, I don't
do.
think so.
Okay, go ahead. Because
I don't
I'm
think
going to
so.
go out at night if I want to go out
understand
at night. But go ahead.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I agree to an extent though, because it's been like you said, it's been a while since you lived in Blackistan. Same thing for me. So like with me having being a woman, having younger children, being out late, I do tend to give myself a curfew, so to speak, of where I have a cutoff time, of going outside with me and my kids, or unless we are with my husband. And so I get that, but at the same time, and not trying to victim blame. However, we're talking about this lady's actions and calling her 14-year-old son to come to her defense. I could say personally, not speaking for anybody else, but I could say personally, I have actually witnessed, and I know Black women who do these same types of things, who put their male children and sometimes their female children, like they don't even, it's no discerning of gender. Their kids, their family members in harm's way just because they know that they can. And so, like kind of creating that Blackistan rowdy, oh, you gonna get rowdy with me? Well, I got somebody for you. You know what I mean? Type thing. So, like, on the one hand, he was wrong. Like, not, he was completely wrong. He should have just waited his turn. These are things that we learn as young children in, preschool. Wait your turn. But at the same time, she did not exercise any wisdom, especially with her child being 14 years old. In Chicago, no doubt, you don't know who that man's family is, who he knows, who may be talking to whoever, and your son is now sitting behind bars and you're unable to protect him, and it's unlikely that the police are going to do that while he's incarcerated. So, we do need to, I think it's incumbent upon us as women, if you choose or you know that you cannot get out of Blackistan, you need to conduct yourself in a way, if you actually care about yourself and your children getting out of there, you need to conduct yourself as, it's necessary. And it ain't all fair. That's how Blackistan works. It's not fair. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for giving me time.
Anytime. Casey, do you have anything?
I have one question for her. I know you refer to it as Blackistan. I know what you're talking about as far as the hood, that hood logic. Gigi's understandable about that too. So I agree with Gigi that she has a right to go wherever she wants to go, and you never know what someone else is going to do. So let's just say you are Carlishia. What would you have done after he struck you and you live in Blackistan?
Okay, after he struck me and I live in Blackistan, I definitely would not have called. I would have handled that myself. And that's no lie. Because in Blackistan, that's, as a woman, you do have to be able to defend yourself, and you have to be unafraid. And you got to know that if somebody come at you, this is part of in Compton. That's another part of Blackistan, right? So you have to understand, if you go outside and you get into conflict with anybody, regardless of their gender, you don't know if that person is going to come back at you or how they are going to come back at you. So, yeah, if he came up to me and he actually struck me because I was not moving fast enough, according to what he said, I absolutely would have did it back.
You said you would have got a pow-pow?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I absolutely
Okay.
would have
So
handled
would you have
my
done the same
business
thing
on
that
that.
her and her son did outside of the restaurant? Pursued him?
So here's the thing about the gun laws in the state where I currently live. You cannot, and because I am a licensed conceal and carry owner, you cannot pursue a person. So, i.e., I walk in my house. You're in my house, Casey, and you're robbing me. But you decide to run out my back door. I have my pow-pow on me. I cannot then chase you through my house, even though you are stealing from me. You could actually have my TV in your hand. I can't run towards you and be aiming and firing. I can't do that. However, if you
Can I say
come in my
something real
house,
quick?
Casey,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
yes.
I think that's so important to know because I don't have a pow pow. And I had a situation, and I asked the police. I said, if this hoe come to my yard, asking me about her nigga, can I shoot her? And he said no. Like, I think it's important for people to know the laws because, like you said, you can't shoot a person that's running out of your house with your television, but I think it's horrible when people don't know and they actually do it and thinking they're in the right.
But see, that's depending upon the state. It depends on the state, so you have to pay attention to your state law. Because I heard a caller before, and she said she was in Maryland. Me, I'm in another state. See, she has some different rules and regulations talking about the cars. I think I heard, if I might have mistaken her, but we're in the state where I currently reside. The car is an extension of your property, i.e. yourself. So if you, Casey, I was using the analogy of my house, but I'll use the car because they went out to the car. So if I had that altercation with you, I go out to my car, you are walking away, and I go to my car, get my weapon, and then I proceed to pursue you, I'm wrong. I can't do that. That's unlawful. However, I go out to my car. If you follow me to my car, I turn around. I'm in my vehicle. I'm actually in my vehicle, not standing outside of my vehicle. I'm in my vehicle. This person is at my property. Now I have the right to pursue you, not chase you, but I got the right to defend myself right there. Now, with those special guidelines, in addition, in the state that I live in with the conceal and carry license that I have, I also, anytime you discharge, use your weapon and someone is injured or whatever, or they're unalive, you are drug test, alcohol tested. So in my state, you always, if you're a conceal and carry weapon holder, you always want to make sure you're clean and sober. When you're having interactions with people, you're not really trying to have no problems with nobody, because in my state, there is no stand your ground. It has to be very clear that you are under attack and feel threatened for your life. And so, like, in the instance where someone has said she should have called the police, absolutely, especially if you are a conceal and carry holder. You want to call the police, because then everything you're doing is recorded. It's not hearsay when it comes down to your forensics and everything, like investigations of, you defending yourself. But you absolutely need to make sure that you are in the right. Otherwise, it don't matter. You could be defending yourself, but if you did not follow the conceal and carry laws in my state to the T, you will go down.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Casey, do you think that parents are talking to their kids in the caller? Do you guys think that parents are talking to their kids about these laws and what they can and what they cannot do to get away with it?
No, I don't think that. I think that a lot of people who have weapons, myself included, it's important to keep up on your laws, on your gun laws in your state, especially if you have a conceal and carry, because the laws change. Like, at one point in time in 2011, when I first got my conceal and carry, it was unlawful for me to carry my weapon and conceal it and carry it into an establishment where alcohol was sold. Now, in 2023, I can do that. However, I still cannot consume alcohol, have an altercation where I discharge my weapon and use it and be in the right. You understand what I'm saying? So I could be there. I could be in the establishment. I could be sober. And if I feel threatened, I could defend myself.
hmm Yeah, I think that there's still a mindset associated with where everybody's coming from. Like the caller mentioned the term Blackistan, there's a mindset associated with that. So even though a legal pow holder will know what it takes to obtain the pow and a license, there still is that mindset that we all know what Carlishia might or might not have that goes into that will be influenced on the child and young person or whatever. So I think we have to understand that we're not going to change that mindset overnight when it comes to the hood. And the best thing we can do, I guess, as content creators, is focusing on what would be the best course of action, which would be, if you're going to have a pow, have it on your person. That way you're defending yourself if need be, like Carlishia Hood should have been or could have been and was in the right to do so. And if you're not going to have the pow on your person, don't have it to where your child can have access to it.
But it's also incumbent upon you to understand too, as a conceal and carry holder, that you have to be mindful of the locations and places. Because see, like, now I could be in places where alcohol is sold. However, if I go to a movie theater or a mall that clearly says no concealed weapons, I have my concealed weapon, or I have my weapon, it's concealed. In this store, I get into an altercation. Once again, I'm a lawful carrier, but I have now committed a crime. So you got to be very careful. I think people who have children and you have weapons, once they reach about 12, 13, if you have classes specifically for children, women specifically, because guns are, pow-pows are not created, they're not designed for the female hand. And so we do suffer some handicaps. That's another thing. You have to be aware of your handicaps when you have a concealed weapon, or you trying to use it, because if you're not careful and you don't really know how to, it looks easy for the Wild Wild West. They just whip that thing out and point and shoot. and that's what you think. But that is not an easy task to do. So, and you can have a weapon and have your weapon taken from you and have it used on you. Like that situation could have gone completely, different because that young man. I mean, on one hand, it's a good thing that it didn't go completely different, but I mean, it could have turned out real bad, and that's something that she, as a gun owner, she should have been more sensitive to that, because you have, as an owner, you have to be able to quickly recognize every scenario. Okay, if I do this, then how is this gonna pan out? What is this gonna look like? You got to be looking at your legal options. So it's got to always be, I literally had no other choice but to do this. That has to be your last resort. But thank y'all.
Oh, we thank you. Appreciate you. All right, we're going to let you go. We're going to go on to our next callers. We are taking calls. The phone lines are open. Calling from 320. You're live on the air. 320.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? I seen you in the bushes.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Hey.
I was born and raised in Chicago. I lived on 120th and Yale, and then we moved on 105th and Wentworth. That establishment they were at, I think it should have moonlighting offices up there. You see how the people behind there was working and never looked up? They never looked up.
Yeah, I noticed that. They didn't even flinch. You're right.
Yeah, people always getting murked there. It's some bullshit always there. People always getting killed. And I don't even know why the establishment is still there. But that's another thing. This man been doing this. He been doing this. He's a Ike. That woman wasn't even talking to him. She was trying to get her food and order her food. She lived around there. I lived around there. He was either off something or he just plain don't like his mama or black women, period.
Maybe he was on something. I got a question.
Yeah.
Why wasn't he in jail then? Why was he on the streets if he's done this so many times?
Because they don't care. They don't care they are not protecting black women and young black women and older black women and children.
Who
these
is
days.
they? Who is they? When we talk about, you talking about the government?
Officials, yes, the officials,
the government.
Policemen,
so you're telling me,
and
when he put pause on these girls, that they released them back to the streets.
Exactly.
Now, did these girls press charges?
I mean, who knows? Egg the whole damn thing on.
I wonder, did his past girls press charges? Did they press charges, or is it just because I'm assuming he has a record, right? Or it's just hearsay, she say?
We don't know if he has a record, but by his actions and the way he was acting, he have done this before.
Got it. Okay, I know some of y'all did his criminal charges. In his criminal charges, do you see reports of what they call a domestic assault or whatever? Do you see reports on his criminal thing that he put pause multiple times this year, that year? Do you guys see that?
I didn't look him up. He's gone. I'm not even worried about him. He just met his
But you gotta be worried about him. You know why? Because he is a representation of a group of people out there. So that's just one single being, but it's multiple people that's out there that's just like him or even worse.
And y'all got to understand, when you drive up to the establishment, you could sit in your car and see everything in there. You could sit literally in your car and see everything in there. I don't think that woman told her son, to bring that pole in there and do that. That boy was going off emotional instinct. That's his mama. You could hear and you could see everything going on in there. Because in the summertime, you normally could walk up to a window and order your food. You know what I'm saying? When he came in there, she said, go back to the car. He talking about go to the car, whatever. And then y'all saying the boy chased him out the establishment. Y'all don't know if he was running to go to the car to get his pole and shoot back. Y'all, nobody knows that. So if you gonna shoot somebody in Chicago and let them live and have to watch your back for the rest of your being, no. Put him down like the animal how he was acting. He didn't care about that woman. That woman could have hit her head and died. He could have hit her in the head the wrong way and died. He was protecting his mama because it was 4 other men in there and done shit. So he had to man up and go in there and protect his mom. Nobody said this little boy, he on the honor roll. This little boy is on the honor roll. This little boy started in the Shy.
I agree with him using...
He was in the Chirac movie. His mama is a security guard. Outside of that, she has her own business. Nobody...
You talking about Carlishia Hood? You know Carlishia?
No, I don't know. I know
her
of
personally?
her. I know of her. Everybody that talk about this woman is a good woman. Her son is on the honor roll. Nobody's talking about that. And everybody's saying, well, I would have did this. You don't know at that time in that situation. And it's heated. You don't have time to think about, should I let him knock my teeth out and then go get my gun or whatever? I think that boy grabbed his mom's gun and ran in there to protect his mom.
But you gotta think about it before your future. You have to think about it for your safety and for your future. You have to think. Because now he's going to be locked away in prison. This will always be around.
Maybe.
He's already in prison now.
Okay, and he might get a juvenile sentence, which means when he gets 21, he could get out.
But who want to stay on the maybes?
Go. They saying
so you're
he
saying
shot
that you know
that man
of Carlishia
in the back.
Hood,
Y'all don't know if that man was running to his car to get his gun to shoot back with his his pole.
But I mean, it's the what if game with that. But you're saying that you knew of Carlishia Hood, like you know of her character.
I know people that know her, and I don't think they just not gonna just be talking fond of her if it's not true.
Okay.
Like I say, I was born and raised in Chicago. I left when I started having kids.
So you're saying that you don't believe, based off of the people you know who know her, that Carlishia Hood would be somebody who would text her son and have him come inside, or tell the 14-year-old boy to finish the job and go pow the girlfriend. You don't think that she was that type of person based off of knowing of her?
Okay, well, you in the heat of the moment, you could say anything. Haven't you ever been so mad you said some stuff, but then when you calm down, you didn't really mean it?
Right.
Everybody's temper up here. Everybody is emotional right now. It's heated.
I thought you said you knew of her.
You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I'm asking you based off of you knowing of her. Do you think that was in Carlishia Hood's character for her to text her 14-year-old boy to come inside?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
Like none of it?
No, I do not.
You don't think even like her directing or ordering the 14-year-old son to finish the job?
I think he took it upon himself to go in there and protect his mom. Period.
What about finish the job?
Who said that?
And go
the
after
girl
the girlfriend.
That was egging it on. That's what she told
that's
the
what the reports are saying as far as the news articles.
That's the report she gave, right?
Well, we don't know who gave the report.
She gave, right?
That's just what's on the website
because
for the Chicago
like the news
News.
Media say he hit her one time, but the witness out there was saying no, he was beating her. He was pounding on her. He hit her more than one time.
Well, in your opinion, based off you knowing of her, do you believe that she was the type to tell her 14-year-old son to finish the job as far as pow-powing Jermey Brown and going after Jermey Brown's girlfriend?
No.
Okay.
Because when it was escalated, she could have said, pull that pole out and take care of him. But yet still she said, go get in the car. Come on now, we got to think. Everybody got to think.
So there was more pow-powing going on with Jermey Brown outside the establishment. Just based off of you knowing of Carlishia Hood and her son, what do you think happened that's different than what's being reported?
I think that she did not text her son and tell him to come in there with that pole. I think he took it upon himself to go in there and protect his mom because, like I say, when you drive up, you can see everything going on in there. You can see it. You can sit in the car and look in there and see it. And like the other woman said, her car is part of her property, her personal property. Nobody else intervened. No other man said nothing because you could clearly see he ain't whooping on no niggas. He ain't getting tough with no niggas.
So what about after that? As far as outside the establishment?
He probably was running to his car to get, y'all don't, see, if you ain't from Chicago and you ain't born and raised and seen the things that I've seen, then I understand y'all having a different perspective of it.
So it's like Chirac?
I was born and raised, you're not going to let nobody run to their car. You're not going to let nobody run and make it to their car to get a pole. You're going to finish what you started. So you're saying based off your experience there, it's like Chirac, like a war zone? Yeah, it's survival of the fittest. Unless you be smart enough to get your children, especially if you don't want to be that type of way. You're going to get the hell up and you're going to move around.
Yeah, I thank you for calling with your perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go on to the next caller. Calling from 111. You're live from the air, 111.
Hey, Miss Gigi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. This is Granny from earlier.
Hey, Granny.
Hey, I have a couple things, and I made some pinpoints. This is one who said you're superb. And hi, Mr. JC. I love the panel tonight.
What's going on?
You had said, I wanted to direct you about this being like an urban situation with this pow-powing going on. Ironically, about 2 months ago, I live in rural USA, about 4,500, very, very rural community, and we had a 16-year-old boy defending his mother at a gas station in front of a big box store. And in that situation, the man was a grown man, about 45, I think, was assaulting his mother, and he stepped in. The young man, 16, ended up getting handled with a kitchen sharp instrument and ended up having about 20 of those sharp instruments put into his body and ended up hospitalized for defending his mother. And this was in a rural area. This is happening all over the United States.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And it's like another situation where we don't have males in the home, and young men are having to stand up and be the males for their households.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And also, a lot of this is happening because we pick up these kind of instruments, sharps and pow-pows, because we don't know how to use words and don't know conflict resolution, and that needs to be taught at this point. At kindergarten, we need to start in the home, the churches, and we need to just have some self-control. This world is going to continue to explode like this.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Well, thank you so much for calling. All right, we're going to let you go. Calling from 725. You're live from the air. 725. Hello? Hello, 725. Hello? All right, 725, I'm going to let you go. I'm getting sleepy, y'all. Calling Calling, I am. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna
You've
hold
been
you.
giving us 4 hours, Gigi.
I'm getting sleepy as hell.
If you want to
Calling
take
from
quick.
314. You're live on the air.
What's up, Gigi?
Hey, how you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just sitting here listening. So I'm trying to keep it brief, but direct. So, first of all, everybody's saying like on the black community, but these actions really come from like mobs, like things like that. Back when you see a lot of those people who order their kids and they go out and do that, black people kind of emulate that, like Scarface and stuff, right? He's real big in the community, but he ain't black though. That's one thing. Two, it's a little boy. You know what I mean? I looked at the video. He didn't look to me like he wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? He looked scared. But at the same time, it's like, you don't know if he watched his mom be beat before, you know what I'm saying? Or if he is just like, what do I do? Either way, my future is gone because if this man takes my mom out, that's all I got. If I take this man out, either way, it's a lose-lose situation for him. You know what I mean?
Casey?
I have nothing.
Okay. Okay.
Saying nothing. Okay. Well, it has gone to it. Like, back in the day, dudes would be scared to, like, disrespect, you know what I'm saying, a woman because they knew that her brother or somebody was going to come get at them, right? But nowadays, it's like we don't have that no more. It's like dudes is real comfortable disrespecting women. And other dudes just think it's funny, stand by her like, oh, yeah, put that in her place or whatever like that. But it's like that mentality, I think it's fear-based. I think that everybody wants things instantaneous. Like, no, I need to see a result right now. Like, the cops ain't going to come right now. They're not going to do what I want them to do right now. I don't want to wait. I mean, it's a lot, but I just thought it's an unfortunate situation all in all. Like, I don't know if you remember when the little 10-year-old girl was at the barbecue with her mom, and then the mom told her...
I'm going to interject. That's like a really big conversation that you're introducing, and in my opinion, I think focusing on Jermey Brown and Carlishia Hood would be easier to digest because you're right, there are like a lot of issues with, let's say, the black community or black communities ever since the crack era. And I think like when it comes to this topic, it's easier to digest to focus on Jermey Brown and Carlishia Hood, her son, and the establishment that they're in because we'll be all day talking about the black community and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, it's just brief what I'm saying. That's a situation where she actually ordered her child to do so. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying, the difference there.
Okay.
I'm not opening it up to that. But I'm saying with the minute amount we know about Jermey Brown, regardless, people need to know how to fight as well as they know how to shoot. And if you know how to shoot, then know how to shoot to take down, not to unalive. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just...
So, like, personally, Carlishia Hood, she was defending herself. Well, she was trying to defend herself, and she was being assaulted inside the establishment. And her son, once he got in the establishment and he banged the back of Jermey Brown, I believe that he was using deadly force in defense of his mother. It's just the pursuing outside and then the mother allegedly ordering more bang, and then the son complying. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Like,
what the fuck is bang?
Switch it up.
What the fuck is bang?
I'm going to go back to pow.
Bang is comical. It reminds me of, do y'all remember the Warner Brothers, when that love go bang? When that thing go bang. Who says bang? That is like
adrenaline.
I blame it on Shades of Pink.
Oh, Don't you know what's that little
Shades of Pink set me up.
That white man with the glasses and he's Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, he be bang with the Beyonce. Huh?
What's the the short man with the glasses?
With the Beyonce movie.
Oh, Michael Myers.
No, that's scary. That's scary.
You said it's not Michael Myers. You said Beyonce. She was Foxy Cleopatra, and he had the bang. Do I make you?
Oh yeah, but you said Michael Myers. Ain't he
Austin Powers.
That's his name.
Austin Powers.
That's his real name.
Austin Powers. Yeah, not Michael Myerson. That's the scary movie.
Girl, that's his name in real life.
Oh, well, he sounds scary as hell. That sounds like a scary name. Yeah, but
Think about
Austin
Halloween.
Powers, you right. It said bang bang. I don't like his name. Michael Myers, that sounds scary. I guess I have something against Myers because of somebody Myers. It's a creepy movie with the word Myers in it. So Myers freaked me out.
Right.
Sorry about that, but go ahead. That bang bang threw me
Sometimes
off.
you gotta step away. You gotta
Pow,
step
pow.
away. It's a heavy situation, a heavy topic. So sometimes it's good to veer off and just be able to, laugh a little bit and stay on focus. But I think it comes down to we can't really say what we would do, but it's adrenaline based. Also, you have fight, flight, freeze, all type of things. So I just feel like that once he initially reacted, she should have right there called the police, or somebody should call the police, and they should have just pulled around the block, anything to get away from the situation. And if he had reached or something, the Jermey guy, then that's when, she kicked in and done whatever. But as many people was there, y'all could have took him down. He don't even like a big dude, you know what I mean? But he was on one. He was hungry or something, but she was going to stand up for herself. You could tell, even in the freeze frame, he looking, she like, boy, he felt intimidated by her, I feel like. Because he like, she standing up to me? Like, so I don't know, but I don't think she caught her son. I feel like he was watching and he went in there. And also the difference between possession of the pow pow and access to the pow pow. You know what I'm saying? They're like, it was in his possession, but it's just a lot. But it's just an unfortunate situation. If you.
Okay. Well, I thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it. We're going to let you go. And you know what? Pow, pow. I get that from the act. Okay, have you ever seen the cartoon books? And then they say pow, pow, like a gun. That's like in a cartoon. I don't know.
Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, maybe they do say bang bang. But I think about the dude that died. He always talking about his love go bang bang bang, and then Austin Powers calling from 508. You're live on the air. 508.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. Hi.
Hey, did you mean to call in?
Yes, I did. I didn't know you was live. I thought I was watching a replay. I just heard about the story a few minutes ago. All I saw was the guy hitting the woman and then the other part. And I was texting down here. This happened to me today. Like kind of same situation in a restaurant, but it was my fiance, and he really beat me down to the ground, and everybody seen it, and a guy did help. Like luckily he did run out the store and try to chase my boyfriend down to fight him because how he did me real dirty. And like,
is he still your boyfriend?
Not after today.
Oh, it happened today?
Well, Sunday. It was Monday now.
And you just broke up with him today? Did you press charges?
No. Yes, I got an emergency restraining order, and I'm going to the court this morning.
Okay, that's good. Well, keep up with that. Is he in jail now?
They let him go. They only held him for 7 hours with both of these assault charges on me. I'm disabled too. They dropped one of the charges, and that's why he was able to make bail. And they shouldn't have did that.
Are you gonna get?
He never hit me.
Are you gonna get a pow pow?
I wish I could.
Why can't you? Who's stopping you?
I can't get a license.
You can't what?
I couldn't get one of them. I don't think I could get a license for that.
Why? You don't need a license in some states. You in Texas?
No, I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, I don't know their laws. Okay. But you say you cannot get a firearm. Why? I guess something I don't know. But you can't get anything to protect yourself? What about some mace? Can you get that?
I have mace and I do carry a knife. But I mean,
you ain't Mason?
I wasn't even expecting him to hit me. Like, it happened so fast. After the fact, I did, but I don't know. I thought about it, and I couldn't hit him back. I just couldn't do that.
I don't know how your finances are. But I recommend purchasing bear mace. It's second to none. It's even just as effective as a pow pow. Bear mace, you can get it off of Amazon.
I'm about to
for
get
like
my ass
$10
some
or
bear
less.
mace.
Yeah, bear mace. It's no joke. You can cause blindness if you spray long enough.
Well, shit, I'm gonna hold
If
it.
you can't get your
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it down. Hold it down.
Hold it down.
Well, you need to get your bear mace, and next time he come for you, you need to spray it.
I probably won't be spraying them. I'll be doing something else. But I forgive people, but this guy, I'm sorry. The way he hit this woman, I'm sorry. He had to go to God. And I do believe God's going to turn this around for their family. And you just watch it, because that guy was wrong. He didn't have to hit her like that. And
I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry you went through that. I can order you some bear mace right now and send it to you if you like. I don't know if you have a P.O. box or something. I'm not trying to get your personal information. But just because you went through that today and we're concerned for you, you really need to be able to defend yourself, because you never know. I have no problem. I can Cash App you the money, and that way you can order it off of Amazon and have it sent to you, and that way, you'll be able to be safe. What's your Cash App? I'll send it to you right now.
Oh my God.
Do you have Cash App?
Yeah, I do.
And Gigi, is it okay if I do this? I don't mean to interrupt the
Go
show.
ahead. Do you?
So I'll send you $50 right now. I just need your Cash App.
You want me to type it or tell you it?
Or you can just tell me. It's with $sign and what else?
Prophetess.
Prophetess, P-R-O.
Prophetess.
Can you spell it for me? P-R-O and what else?
Prophetess, I believe, and Key, K-E-Y.
I'm not showing any results for that. Do you think you can maybe text it? I don't know if you feel comfortable texting it to me, but nothing came up for that. So if you want to start over, because it's Prophetess Key, right? Is that what it is?
Is that you putting it in? Are you covered by Key? Is that you with the blonde hair?
Yes. Yes, that's me. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's in the chat. Oh, covered by Key. Okay, now I see it. K-O-V-E-R-E-D.
Wow.
By Key. I'm not showing anything. $ covered by Key.
No, it's
I'm not showing anything.
$. It's Prophetess Key. $.
Oh, Prophetess. Yeah. Is it okay if I text you? I'm not gonna save your number or anything. I just want to be able to get the right thing, because I'm not showing it. Nothing's popping up when I'm typing in Prophetess Key.
Okay. Yeah, you can text me. I don't know if you have my number.
Well, you
don't say no goddamn number on here. How about y'all give out emails? Emails is so much better and more protected emails than numbers.
I agree. So, email you can use. I don't care if everybody gets
and,
it. This is my YouTube.
Hold on, that man you dealing with, you aren't dealing with him no more, right? He's not going to go through your phone, because these relationship people be going through their phones.
No, I'm not. He's not. We don't live together. He have his own place to have my keys. I don't know what he would do. I'm gonna do this.
Okay, well, good. Well, as long as he don't got your phone, I don't want him to be like, okay, who this nigga, KC, and have to deal with you. Nah, shit.
Yeah, just email.
Hoes, child, these in relationships, they always get in the phone and texting other people. and
Right.
threatening.
But
So
you
you
know,
gotta be
Right.
careful.
But you can email me at
over.
screenlearningcontent@gmail.com. And then you can send me your Cash App like that, and I'll send you $50, and you can get the Bear Mace off of Amazon.
Thank you. Well, I put my email in there. Yeah, I'm gonna try to put yours in my phone.
And
Put it in
Casey, why
there
don't you put
underneath.
your email in the chat so she can email you?
Good idea. I don't know if it'll save. I'm not a mod.
Mm.
Yeah, I didn't see it pop up. If anybody wants to, any of the mods could put screenlearningcontent@gmail.com. That way she can get, email me like that. And the reason why I say that is because you went through something right now, and it's a possibility you might be in danger. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So Donovan Nicholson's asking my email. It's screenlearningcontent, all one word, @gmail.com. Donovan Nicholson. If you or the other mods can put that in the chat or whatever. I'm not trying to disrupt the show, Gigi. It's just that just kind of worried about her since she said this happened today, and she needs to be able to protect herself like anybody else. And you just never know. Even though he's out and he might be like, I don't want to mess with her anymore, he may want to retaliate. You know what I'm saying, or try to intimidate you. And
that's what
I believe that. Yeah, you just definitely want to be protected.
That's what I'm thinking, because he's like a sergeant on his job, and like he's very covert, narcissist, and for this to be out,
Yeah, he's a
you know
police
what I'm
officer.
saying?
So, yeah, my email's in the
Very.
chat. Donovan Nicholson, just put it in the chat. If you want to email me your Cash App, I'll send you $50 right now. You can verify you got it, or call back, let me know you got it. And that way you can start to order it off Amazon and have it come to you, because he may, I'm not saying that he would do this, and I'm not trying to scare you, but just because we're talking about someone who has access to systems, they could be more of a.
No, I'm scared because everything is on the line, and people losing jobs today, shooting up places, and he's not too stable and his mind not ready, and like for this to be out in the open and you pretend to be nice in public and in your music, and then now everybody knows, like, I don't know what he'll do. And for him to hit me like that, I just can't believe that. So for him to do that, he hit me like that man hit that lady. Like, all I know, he's punching me in my head. Like, I just, like a man. And I just
Okay,
can't believe he
I'm
did
sorry
that.
you have to go through that. I don't want to be too graphic. But if you can reach out to KC, he said he will help you. So did you see his email?
Oh, the whole chat just went blank, but I was typing it.
All right. So KC, do you have anything else to say to her before we go to the next caller?
No, just get my email from the chat caller. As soon as you send me your Cash App, I'll send you the money, and you could order the Bear Mace, and hopefully, that'll be enough to make sure you're safe.
I'm sorry, can you give me an email? Because I don't see nothing in the chat. It's blank. I put screenlearning.com.
Donovan have it. Donovan.
Donovan has it.
Donovan, you see it on the screen. They keep on putting it. She keep on putting it.
No, honey, there's nothing on the screen. It went blank.
Maybe when you maybe you leave the call and refresh your phone, and you'll see it in the comment section. I just don't want to hold up the other callers, and we want to be considerate to them.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. All right. We're gonna let you go at this time. Well, Casey, put your email. Your YouTube and channel and stuff on out so people can know where to find you and reach out to you. And
Yes,
stuff.
my Yeah, I appreciate it, Gigi. My YouTube channels there's 4 of them. There's Reaction Satisfaction TV, The Acid Attitude, Parkland Media.
All right. So, how you feeling? You're not tired? Well, I'm sleepy, y'all. I'm sleepy.
But Gigi, get your rest. You know, you're the hardest working YouTuber in like the
No, don't
planet.
say that. I cannot. I don't like being compared to other YouTubers, and I don't like people giving me too much credit. I don't like it. But I thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it. Calling from
Yeah, yeah.
872. You're live on the air. 872.
Hello,
872.
Gigi.
Yeah, girl. What's up?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Can you turn your radio off?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's my iPad. I had my iPad.
Uh-huh.
On. Oh, yeah. I just wanted to say one thing. I think the boy was right for shooting him to help
Pow
to
pow
protect
him.
his mother. Yeah, but I think he was in the right because now I heard on a different show that she was hit 3 times, and he drew back the 4th time to hit her, and that's when her son shot him. Now, I was put in that position one time myself at the age of 16 when I had to protect my father from trying to kill my mother.
Mm.
And, I mean, I hit him with you see, I'm from the South. I hit him with a poke iron. He was down
Okay,
on
hold
my
on.
mother,
Now,
my
we don't want
father
to be
way.
too graphic with, the crime.
I'm just saying. I don't blame him for pow pow.
For protecting his mom.
First time,
You don't
for
blame
his
for
mom,
protecting
the
his
first time.
mom.
The first when he pow him the first time.
Right.
But the
Because
second
he was
time,
getting down. That dog was out of its mind. And it was not going to stop.
No, it wasn't.
Right.
But I don't feel that he should have shot him. I mean, pow him the second time.
Okay, so
other
you
2
don't
times.
feel like he should have finished him off. How about that?
No, I don't feel like he should have finished him off. Once was enough because he was running away. Now, I think the mother was wrong for telling him to finish him off. I do think that. But for protecting his mother, I don't blame him for that. Anybody will protect their mother.
Okay. All right.
Just saying.
So anything else you want to say? That's it?
No, that's all I want to say.
Okay, I appreciate you. All right, we're going to let you go. Okay, the phone lines are open. If you guys want to call in, I'll wait for a little bit. But other than that, Casey, what you think about this? What do you think is going to happen at the end?
I think when it boils down to it, the son and the mom or the mom, they're going to have to. They're probably going to separate those two. I'm talking about the DA, and one of them is going what one of them testifies to or gives a statement about. They're going to try to put the mother against the son, unfortunately, and I think it's in the best interest of the mom for her to fall on her own sword and protect her son and say, "Hey, I didn't tell him to do it. It's on me. Let him go." And hopefully the son, the 14-year-old boy, is able to get a lesser charge and get the help he needs as far as therapy and maybe even connect with his dad once he gets out.
Okay, so do you know his dad is in the picture?
I have no idea. I try. Unfortunately, I'm not able to search for the 14-year-old because he's a minor. As far as the mom, there's no information about her. The son and mom, neither one of them have a criminal history. So that plus what people have said in the chat about them both being good people, I'm willing to bet that they probably will get a deal. And I'm thinking they may take a plea deal and have fortune with that. Hopefully they can raise money to get a good defense attorney for both of them and possibly get a reduced charge or maybe a probation or something.
All right. Do you think it'd be more information that will be coming out? They said this thing has been going on for 8 days. I just hopped on it today. So how long are we gonna have to wait in order to see the end result?
I don't know. With these cases, there's not a lot of follow up when it comes to the media. Usually, they put out this initial case or initial information because it's shocking and it's interesting, but the follow up, we might not see any. We might see maybe something maybe a year or two from now when no one's really paying attention. I just don't really see them giving much more press to this unless there's just that much of a social media push as far as the circumstances surrounding it.
Do you think a social media push will happen behind this? Do you think social media is going to push it?
I don't think so. I think what we're doing now is the most that's going to happen because there's so many different stories that come out every day and every week. After like a week from now, people will go on to the next flavor of the week, and we'll just be on something else.
So it's not going to be like a Shanquella Robinson.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I doubt it because with her, it was the video that was shocking because a lot of people weren't even talking about it until the video came out, and there was already different social media posts about it. So usually a video is what makes people want to pay attention, but we got that unless the media puts out more stuff, which I doubt that they will. We're probably going to move on to the next flavor of the week.
People want to know, this crime happened 9 days ago. Is that right? I don't know.
Let's see, I can look it up right quick.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, while you're looking it up, I want to answer a phone call, but I have no idea.
Okay.
Calling from 702. You're live on the air.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think that it's justified to me.
You
shouldn't
what?
have been punching on that lady for no reason. For talking, you can say what you gotta say. Freedom of speech. Simple as that.
Okay.
Sticks and stones. I mean, talk is cheap. I mean, walk away. If he didn't want to hear what she had to say, he could have left too, as well as she could.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, punch his own ass, punch his girlfriend, punch his mama.
Okay. All right.
Straight up.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. So, yeah.
It happened on June 18th. So, yeah, about like 8 days ago. So people are right. 8 or 9 days.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will, I guess try to figure out what's new. Keep a tag on it. All right. Well, I just want to say thank everybody for the likes, comments, shares, and hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow on a different live. I'm hungry and I'm sleepy. KC, I just want to say thank you. You're awesome. People love you, and you have done so much to give people different perspective, and they really appreciate that. Okay.
Well, thanks for having me, Gigi.
Anytime. All right. So I'm gonna let you guys go, and I will see you guys on another video. DJ, please turn the beat up.